Welcome back to Northern Perspective, everyone. I'm Cypher.
And I'm Fox.
Holy moly. This is going to be an interesting stream today from what we've heard.
That's right.
We were talking to our friends over at Bottler before this just to do a bit of a catch up with them, and they seem to be just as interested to see our reaction to this as all of you. So thank you everyone for tuning in. We are actually not too far behind in likes. We're at 469 viewers. Actually, sorry, 563 viewers and 343 likes. So
about 200 behind. Let's get those likes up, please.
So this is a really important one to everybody. At least I think it's going to be. So it's really important that we keep those likes at 100% so that YouTube pushes this stream out to as many Canadians as possible. Please, 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 if I can entrust our wonderful community to keep on top of that, that would be fantastic. Fox, you want to go over typical committee live stream rules?
Yeah, so because this is a weeknight committee live stream, and this particular committee went 3 hours, and it's going to go even longer with our commentary. We're expecting at least 4.5 hours. We unfortunately will not be able to address general comments or general questions in the chat, but we will be addressing supers. Barnaby is in the chat, so please say hi to Barnaby, and he is more than happy to have discourse about anything that you're seeing in the video.
Okay, so there was, since YouTube has been a little disagreeable lately, we did miss one of the earlier super chats before this, but I think Fox has it in front of her. So why don't we start off by first thanking Humble Tracker for the 10 gifted Northern Perspective memberships. Thank you so much for that. And Goko Donnie with 5 gifted Northern Perspective memberships. And Jerry Savoy sent in a $10 super chat.
Yes, so Jerry Savoy with a $10 super chat. It says, thank Cypher and Fox and Barnaby to spend the time making the live stream about the ArriveCan app. I learned so much how government's supposed to work, how much the Liberal is corrupt, and thank you from my heart. Thank
you so much for that, Jerry. And we did just receive your email, which we know said essentially the same thing. So thank you so much for that. It really does hit us right in the feels whenever we get any comments or emails like that, and that's going to continue. That's something that we're going to stick with. Humble Tracker with a $50 super chat. I know but one freedom, and that is the freedom of the mind. No person is your friend or kin who demands your silence or denies your right to grow. I think of a hero as someone who understands the degree of responsibility that comes with this freedom. Amen to that, Humble Tracker. Friends don't push you down, they prop you up. And that should be the same whether they're your friend or your kin. And I'll relay or transpose the last part of your statement to Spider-Man quote. With great power comes great responsibility. If you're in a position to make a difference, then you should wield that power with respect and humility. And Milady Loves Cats, member comment for 3 months. Thank you so much. I cheated today and watched committee earlier and found myself trying to predict Cypher and Fox's commentary for tonight. That's amazing. So I hope you're accurate. It'll be interesting to know. And I saw Mr. Excuses enter the chat with a $2 super chat. Thank you so much. Pay to see Firth wheeled in like Hannibal Lecter.
That would be amazing.
As long as he says, I love your suit. And I finally got around to putting together a couple of video memes because I had a feeling that we're going to need them tonight. So there's 2 new ones. So based on what I heard people reacting to this, I think we're probably going to be saying this a lot. Oh, I guess we're not. Oh no, that's why. Cypher can't work his own machine.
What the hell is going on?
That's what we're going to hear.
Yeah, that's what we should ask you about, why your machine's not working.
Yeah.
What the hell is going on?
And while that was happening, I was saying this.
WTF.
There you go. So we're getting ready to go here. And I see everybody's ready to go here as well. So we have 1,170 with 733 likes. We're doing pretty good on keeping up those likes this time. So let's keep it going, everybody. Daryl Campbell with a $10 super chat. Thank you so much from the heart. Let's go Canada. Amen to that, Daryl. And Trish Pearl with a $5 super chat. Hit that like button, everyone. This is going to be an awesome show.
We also have Nilik with a $2 super chat. It says, let's go. Keep up exposing this corrupt government. We absolutely will until JT finds us and drags us away kicking and screaming.
And then we work on making sure that the conservative government doesn't end up like the liberals. So.
And there is also Georgia with a $2 super chat. Thank you very much. It says there are 4 likes. YouTube's been acting a little funny, and we're actually seeing it tonight on our end as well. It's not rolling up the like counter. If you refresh the page or reload the app, it should show what's correct. But right now we are sitting at 812 likes. Good job, everybody. Keep pushing that like button.
Alice Avonlea with a $5 super chat. I served for 12 years so we can have freedom. Won't give up so we all stay free. Thank you so much for that, Alice, and thank you for your service in whatever capacity it was. All right, everybody, let's get going.
Welcome back, Mr. MacDonald and Mr. Utano. I understand we'll start with an opening statement from yourself, Mr. MacDonald. Please go ahead, sir.
Members of the committee, Canadians have every right to know about ArriveCan, its cost, and its value. Nous avons témoigné pour la première fois.
We testified for the first time in November and once again today. On the 7th of November, we testified before you and told the truth, not our version of the truth, but the truth and nothing but the truth.
Asked questions by members. Our testimony and evidence contradicted several previous witnesses. We testified that current and former CBSA senior executives had misled Parliament. Just 10 days after our testimony, the CBSA initiated an investigation of Mr. Utano and I, based on a complaint that had been filed a year before in 2022. The CBSA then expanded hastily to look for anything throughout our entire tenure at the CBSA that could demonstrate a hint of misconduct. In December 2023, without interviewing us or a single witness, the CBSA had prepared a report called the Preliminary Statement of Facts. The reality is, this document is nothing more than a collection of baseless accusations, unsupported by any corroborating evidence. Accusations of wrongdoing, supported by cherry-picked emails and calendar entries. It should be called the Preliminary Statement of Falsehoods. This was not given to us until MPs received it. We were always willing to participate in CBSA's investigation. However, we didn't even know what we were accused of. We requested disclosure of the Bottler complaint. The CBSA refused.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I have to stop it. He's already lying. And what is it with these guys? All right. So I'm just going to pick out the obvious lie that he lied about, which was about the report that he received from shoulder pads. He said we didn't receive that report until the MPs had already received it. Okay, so are you now saying that Larry Brock is lying because he said that you gave it to him? So how could that be possible? Like, what? That's easy. That's like the cabin versus chalet question. And nobody even asked you that. Cameron, you're not off to a good start, buddy. Wow, okay. Like folks, that was the easy one. And he's also saying that the internal investigating had no corroborating evidence, but he hasn't seen the evidence. So how can he assert that? And the easy answer to that is he cannot. And he's also lying when he says, "Oh, well, everything that we said in the first meeting was the truth." Okay, so how do you explain what the Auditor General then found? because there's obviously going to be clear communication by email between Christian Firth and one of you in setting up that initial RFP that GC Strategies responded to. So this isn't going well for you right off the bat if you're trying to go on a parade of innocence here. So, all right, folks, already... I see this is going to be one big long trail of lies. Anyway, let's get to the super chats. Starting with Hunsford at $10. Morning, I'm watching from work as usual. LOL, only 5 minutes behind this time. Remember to like and share, folks. We want to hear the Chihuahua.
That's right. And we have a member comment from Rhonda Davey, a member for 3 months. It says, sending love to Ratika and Amir, Fox, Cypher, and Barnaby, and all the MP family.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We have a $10 super chat from the Colonel. Thank you very much. It says, was I correct in saying you'd be angry during last live stream? Much love to both of you. Pierre for Prime Minister.
I don't know. I don't know if I was angry. I was getting really annoyed.
I'm not sure what I was, but I definitely wasn't happy.
Yeah, I wasn't calm. So you can go ahead and mark that one on your calendar as you were right.
I think it's close enough. Yeah, I think we were not pleased. Thank you to the dude with his $2 super chat. It says, "Where's the Firth?"
Well, he's about to receive his summons, if not already. So he'll be around within 21 days, one way or the other.
Thank you to Angela Cardoso with a $2 super chat. It says, yay, my favorite translator is back.
Right? Yeah, hopefully I have the good translators today.
We have Bones with a $2 super chat. Thank you very much. It says, O'Gorman is guilty. What do you think?
Well, we don't know what she's guilty of yet.
Yeah, but something seems shady, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, something is definitely not right about that lady and her answers.
Thank you to Robert Mitchell with a $20 super chat. It says, let's get every conservative mind together and get rid of this disgrace of a man. Yes, absolutely.
Daniel with a $2 super chat. Canadian here watching from the Philippines. Thank you so much. I work with some people from the Philippines. Very, very nice people. Cleo Roy with a $20 super chat. Kids are asleep and I'm ready for the show. Thank you for all your hard work, taking the time to put this together.
Thank you for joining us.
It is really our pleasure. Colleen Thorpe with a $2.79 super chat. It says message redacted or retracted. So go ahead and tag Barnaby on what you want to say. Colleen, we'll be happy to say it for you. And April N, member comment for 8 months. First live chat. Oh, welcome. Hugs from Toontown. Looking forward to the show. Go get them. Absolutely. And Humble Tracker with a 20 Northern Perspective memberships. Thank you so much. That must be because we passed 1,000 likes. Thank you so much, Humble Tracker. Diane Sylvain with $10 super chat. This is the first time I cheated and listened to a lot of the committee hearing. My suggestion is to skip the yip, which now represents all libs. LOL. Need a meme on skip the yip. Peter G with a $2 super chat. He is already starting with a bronze shovel. Yes, he is. Will Kowalchuk with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Will. I have a new friend in my shop. Let's open his eyes. Thank you all. Oh, excellent. And last one we'll get to is Rob Barkhouse with a $5 super chat. That committee meeting where the Liberals and NDP list their shit over the report you referred to, Brock didn't actually say where he got it from. No, they actually did say later in the in the meeting that they got it from Mr. MacDonald or Mr. Utano. They said that one of the witnesses. So these are the only guys that would have received the report. So by process of elimination, it's one of them. So let's continue with the lies.
In any event, no one was interviewed, and the CBSA told us we had to give them an answer by January 5th. This is a red herring. The CBSA had already crafted the document by December 18th and 19th and sent it to our employers. It is very troubling to me that the CBSA states that Bottler, the author of the complaint, demanded a contract in exchange for creating these allegations. Even more, to participate in the investigation, the CBSA says that Bottler demanded another contract. I note that the CBSA acknowledged that the Bottler complaint was mostly about a breakdown in their own business relationships and was a result of a misunderstanding of procurement practices. This has nothing to do with ArriveCan. The entire preliminary statement of falsehood is designed to paint us in the worst possible light. Every single allegation, false, wrong, and taken out of context. Every single one. They can all be addressed with supporting evidence. You see, unlike the others, we never deleted anything because we didn't have anything to hide.
Oh, there's some shade thrown at Mindone there. How about this for a plot twist? Cameron MacDonald deleted all those emails before he left the CBSA. How about that? That'd be an interesting plot twist. Anyway, and in terms of the stuff that Bottler did, Bottler didn't demand another contract. They demanded a contract because no one would give them a contract. And why would the CBSA not want to deal directly with Bottler in order to save money? That's the magic question, everybody. Why would you not want to do that? Unless there was something else going on. So there you go. Let's get into a couple of the super chats. We have Rob Barkhouse with a $5 super chat. That committee meeting. No, so I'm sorry. I got you, Rob. Humble Tracker with a comment. Love you all. Keep freedom alive. Indeed. It is a community effort. Let's see. Women hauling.
Women hauling oversize.
Oversize. That's right.
The one view that we try to look at it doesn't put the name in full. That's why we always trip up over it.
I'm gonna continue butchering your name, women hauling oversize, and I'm certainly not gonna call you WHO. So I listened to you this today. Oh boy, you're gonna need new glasses. It's wild. Oh God, I just got new glasses too. Colleen Thorpe with a $2.79 super chat. Thank you so much for that, Colleen. The Colonel with a $10 super chat. Do you have the fortitude or the gonads to show up to committee, you son of a bitch, Mr. Forth? Come on!
Amazing.
I tried to get that as accurate as possible, y'all. And Delta Stingray with a $20 super chat. Thank you both for your insight and explaining the nuances of speech during committee. I'm sure both of you are making a difference by red pilling our Canadian sheeple. Share Northern perspective with your friends, folks. Amen to that. Thank you so much, Delta Stingray. And that's your first on a live stream. Thanks for doing that with us. And Pandemonium with 5 gifted Northern Perspective memberships. Thank you, and thank you. Okay, back to Mr. MacDonald.
But the extent to which the emails and calendar entries are manipulated is incredible. One example that shows how ridiculous the preliminary statement of falsehoods is, based on a single calendar entry for a family dinner. The CBSA concluded that I had a close personal relationship with a consultant because the contractor shares the same name as my own mother. Now, only based on the preliminary statement of falsehood, designed to torpedo my career, my credibility, by false claims, my employer has suspended me without pay, without even first attempting to have a discussion with me. I am named in the press repeatedly, often with the suggestion that I did something wrong. Just 2 days ago, the Prime Minister himself stood in front of the national media and said it was clear that civil servants committed misconduct, there are investigations, and there will be consequences. This comes after I simply told the truth and informed this committee that I did not make the selection of GC strategies, that in fact they were not my recommended choice, and I have already provided evidence to my testimony previously.
Hey, Cam, just because you provide evidence doesn't mean it's true. But, you know, I'm sure this is all going to come out in the wash, so don't worry, Cam. It's fine. If you're innocent, you're innocent, but I don't believe you. Mr. Excuses with a $2 super chat. Brock is calm. I would have drop-kicked those lies. Yeah, that's a good one. Mr. Excuses, you have some zingers, that's for darn sure. Justin Brown with a $2.79 super chat. I guess he skipped the Auditor General report. Yeah, well, there's no need to look at evidence when it works to your detriment, right? So, you know.
The Auditor General has said that there was a glaring disregard for management principles. I have always adhered to the core principles and processes and procedures, including closely tracking and managing the costs of ArriveCan. In fact, I delivered a detailed costing of $6.3 million to my colleague DGs and my supervisor Mindone just prior to my departure. I'll just point out to this committee that the Auditor General's report reflected exactly $6.3 million. I'm concerned that the complaints come from people who tried to extort contracts from the Government of Canada. I'm very concerned that colleagues of mine have been coerced to take part in this investigation against their will. I'm very concerned that thousands of emails have been deleted to hide the truth. The CBSA is delaying access to information requests that I need to defend myself, and now the Prime Minister has pronounced guilt to the entire country. Je suis prêt à répondre à toutes les questions.
I'm willing and able to respond to all committee members' questions, and I'm going to respect the principles of truth and transparency.
Parliamentary privilege has not protected us as we are now facing reprisals. For the record, I have served in the civil service for 23 years, and until now, my career stood unblemished. Yet, I am suspended without pay based on untested, unproven, and false allegations. We have had to turn to the court to ensure fairness. We testify here, looking for the same. The journey ahead may be challenging, but I am committed to facing it with unwavering honesty and integrity. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, Mr. MacDonald. Mr. Utano, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of this committee. We appeared before you on November 7th, 2023, and told the truth. We have and will continue to cooperate with Parliament and speak truthfully. I echo everything Mr. MacDonald said in his opening statement, but will add the following. I was the Executive Director that became the Acting Director General of Border Technologies Innovation Directorate in May of 2021 after Mr. MacDonald left for Health Canada. We were responsible for the execution and technical delivery of the ArriveCan application. What we were not responsible for. We were not responsible for signing contracts as we did not have contracting authorities. We were not responsible for approving budgets for ArriveCan. We were not responsible for selecting GC strategies to work in ArriveCan. This was Mindone's and the President's decision. We were not responsible for, nor did we have the mandate for many of the flaws the OAG had enumerated in their report. I've worked in public safety my entire career, for over 20 years, with an unblemished record. I started at the RCMP, working on highly sensitive files with a top secret security clearance. Anyone who knows me knows I'm a straight shooter. I take offense to what the CBSA has done to us after all we did was speak the truth. There have been absurd suggestions of bribery. Have a look at this. Is this bribery? Does this committee really think I can be bribed for a $17 knapsack?
Is that seriously your evidence? Really? You brought a backpack in by Amazon? Are you serious? Okay. We're Look, everybody. I'm willing to show you what I was given by one vendor, but I'm not going to talk about the whiskey tasting or the dinners or anything else because that would be inconvenient. I'm only going to talk about this this backpack that I was given. What are you trying to say? Are you trying to insult Amazon by saying that's a cheap thing? Maybe in retaliation, Amazon will pull their cloud services to you. Like, come on, man. Okay, get ready for the absurd today, folks, I guess. This is kind of what we were warned about. Not a backpack, but absurdity. Cass Awakening with a $5 super chat. Hey, Fox and Cypher, exciting news. You guys have broken through the algorithm and YouTube polled me so I could tell them how amazing you are. Well,
awesome.
Thank you very much for that.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. The fact that YouTube's actually asking people is kind of neat. So thank you very much for that. And we have Frank with a $5 super chat. Cypher and Fox, can either of you speak or understand French?
I can probably speak it, I'd say, a little bit better than you, or maybe we'll say understand. I'm very, very insecure about speaking it. I don't think I ever really got the accent down right. I did take it all the way through high school. I just found it fascinating, but I can read it better than I can like listen to it, if that makes sense.
I pick up on accents and sounds and languages very, very quickly if I'm around them. The issue I have is when I'm not around them, then I'm, my brain is around, I would say, like normal English language and stuff like that. So I lose it a lot. Like, for example, I went down to Cuba, what was it, back when, Canadians could afford a vacation back in 2007. And I spent a week there, and by the end, I was able to, speak tourist Spanish to a decent degree, and then it obviously goes away. So if I spent around a week in Quebec, I would probably pick a lot of it back up. But I wouldn't be comfortable conversing or confident in translating. I rely on smarter people than that for me. The Lost Viking with a $2 super chat. Now on sale, ArriveCan backpacks, right? And Diane Sylvain with a $2 super chat. Exhibit A, backpack. That's great.
Could you imagine them like reading that into the exhibit list?
And he just slams it down on the desk and like, I rest my case, Your Honor. Okay, take Mr. Utano into custody. Michelle McFarland with who joined as a member. Thank you very much, Michelle. Welcome aboard. And Peter H with a $2 super chat. It took them this long to make an excuse. Yep.
And it's the best one that they could come up with.
Yeah, a backpack. Louise A. King with a $5 super chat. That must be one expensive backpack, right? It's a $60 million backpack.
Which is exactly what the next super chat by Sabotage KCCO says.
There you
$60 million backpack. How about that?
Humble Tracker wants to know how much she has to give to hear you speak French, Fox.
Oh, gosh. I don't know how much you got.
No, don't say that.
No. Honestly, I'm super insecure about it. So.
Mr. Excuses with a $2 super chat. Was the backpack full of money? Ah, that's the real question.
Ah, there you go.
There you
it's
go.
not the backpack, it's what was in it.
All right, here we go.
Every single person who worked in ArriveCan was offered this souvenir.
So they were all bribed.
And this bag was disclosed to the Values and Ethics Office of the CBSA, as well as our Vice President's office. CBSA is punishing us because we told the truth. Because we told this committee they have been misled by senior officials from CBSA. I question and highlight why CBSA, Health Canada, and the Canada Revenue Agency are working in concert to punish us. To note, both Health Canada and the CRA did not want to participate in the CBSA investigation, yet they supported suspending us anyways. I'm now questioning even more why the Prime Minister has publicly pronounced guilt and has said there will be consequences when after more than a year, the RCMP has not investigated. I'm questioning the investigation as there is clear evidence of bias and the report is tainted and flawed. The very starting point is problematic. The person who conducted this investigation and crafted the report was himself involved in the original vetting process of Bottler AI in late 2020. And who is Bottler AI? The ones that wrote to the CBSA back in October 2022, saying that if you're concerned about misconduct, look no further, Bottler has an answer. Bottler prepared a report, and they specifically said they would only share it in exchange for a contract. Furthermore, I find it interesting, in October of 2023, they told this same committee that the CBSA was at risk of extortion. And a month later, as CBSA has indicated, Bottler AI would participate in an interview only if they are given a contract for their services. Extortion. Really? I am left to...
Okay, time out. So never mind the fact that there's evidence to support that Christian Firth was the one courting them. Yet these guys maintain that it was Bottler that barged their way into the CBSA. Okay? Never mind that fact. You're telling me that Bottler barged in and said, we have this solution, but we'll only give it to you if we get a contract. And you're telling me that there was such weak-minded people that worked at the CBSA that they said, okay.
That is pretty ludicrous, I
Really?
will say. But the thing is, I thought Cameron MacDonald had found Bottler AI.
He did.
Yeah, and then was trying to find a purpose for Bottler AI within the CBSA.
Right.
And, like any smart business person, Bottler AI said, well, if you would like us to come do a project for your organization, then we need a contract, please.
Right? Like, duh. And you never gave them one.
Well, Cameron approached them, and the CBSA kept refusing to give them a contract.
Right. And then you, Mr. MacDonald, issued a task authorization, so there was never really any contract. And this is where Bottler was like, hello, where's our contract? And they never got one. And because they kept seeing this shady behavior and they were doing work literally without a contract, that's why they wrote to, who was it? Oh, yeah, Antonio Utano, asking, begging for a contract for the work that they were already doing. And you said, sure, let's meet next week. And next week never came. And then when they wrote again and said, well, here's a whole bunch of crap that's going on here, your buddy Diane Daly then emailed them back saying, hey, listen, if you guys keep on like this and you don't follow the rules that we set out and talk to GC Strategies and work through Dalian, then your contract is going to be done. And then Bottler went away and put together a structure of a project plan, which you guys don't seem to know how to frickin' do, as evidenced by the Bottler project and ArriveCan, and said, here, this is how we think it can work. And the response that they got was, your contract is terminated, cease communication. Are you kidding me? But poor you guys. All right, after that little rant,
We have the Lost Viking, who's joined us as an MP supporter. Welcome. And we have Trish Prue with a $2 super chat. Says, but what was in the pack? That is the question indeed. Thank you to the Lost Viking for gifting 5 Northern Perspective memberships. And thank you to Just Me Nicole with a $10 super chat. Okay, no more nice gal. I am now demanding you hit the like. Pretty please.
there you go. We're at 1,332 likes, 1,902 members. Let's get over 2,000 viewers, everybody. And to do that, we're going to need more likes. If you please, that would be great. Okay, let's continue.
Question, what is really happening here?
What is really happening here? Oh, I get to use my meme. That doesn't want to work.
WTF.
Exactly.
There are people charged with criminal offenses who are suspended with pay. We were suspended without pay, based on unsubstantiated allegations and while on medical leave. In the employment world, this is just shy of capital punishment.
What?
Does he know the definition of capital punishment?
If he did, he wouldn't say that. They weren't going to murder you. They suspended you without pay. That's a very different thing.
And from what we've heard in committee, it sounds like they may have good reason to have done so.
Yeah. And
Wow.
okay.
This guy's like he's got more of a flair for the dramatic than Trudeau does.
Yeah. Maybe he went to his drama class.
All we did was expose the fact that parliamentarians have been misled. We didn't just say so, we provided evidence. And on that note, just like the bag, we have evidence that every one of the allegations raised in the report are false, misleading, or taken out of context. Had the CBSA conducted this investigation leading to the creation of these reports professionally and honestly, they would have insisted on interviewing witnesses, especially us. And looking at the evidence, instead they crafted a document that was designed to show us in the worst possible light, and they were successful. As a result of these reports, our security clearances have been pulled and we are suspended without pay. I understand that there are some members concerned that we spoke to members of this committee when we were contacted. But understand, we were trying to defend ourselves against the CBSA and our home departments, all 3 of which have the resources of the federal government targeting us. We are not even drawing a salary. Of course, we spoke to a committee member when they reached out, as we would have to any committee member who would have showed an interest. We've also had to turn to the court because the CBSA will not cooperate and disclose key information required to defend ourselves. The CBSA has acted unfairly, continues to act in bad faith, and have created a fabrication to distance themselves from any accountability. I am happy to take any of your questions. In closing, isn't it ironic that the people that are pointing fingers are the ones with the dirtiest hands? Thank you.
Thank you.
Isn't that what you guys started out by doing? Like, you literally came to committee before Mindone. No one was pointing fingers at you guys other than Bottler. And you're saying they have the dirtiest hands here? Okay. This is incredible. This is incredible. And we have 3 hours to go.
Thank you to Pandemonium with a $5 super chat. It says, if I were to run for Prime Minister, my platform would be to ban every screw except the Robertson and remove caps lock keys from all keyboards. Yes, I hate Torx screwdrivers. I always end up like, I don't know.
That's a platform I
make
can
a
get
mess of
behind.
them. Yeah, let's get rid of Torx screwdrivers.
There you go.
Bones with a $5 super chat. It says, Cypher, you will be ranting all through this. There will be a surprise ending. Take off the glasses. Okay, when we get towards the end, I think you should take them off because you can't really see without them.
Where's my monocle when I need it?
Sir, we'll start with Mr. Barrett, please, for 6 minutes.
In the Auditor General's report, she said, quote, we found situations where agency employees were involved in the ArriveCan project, were invited by vendors to dinners and other activities, end quote. Mr. MacDonald, were you invited to dinners, meals, or other activities by any ArriveCan vendors? Yes or no, please?
If I was invited to any dinners or activities with vendors, I disclosed it to my supervisor.
Question, sir. The question was, and I'll repeat it for you, were you...
Ooh. Barrett getting a little snippy with MacDonald.
Attaboy.
Good. Get him.
You invited?
I'm telling you the truth. I had been invited, but...
Okay, that's a yes. Mr. Utano, were you invited to dinners, meals, or other activities?
I'm sorry. I'm not laughing because it's funny. I'm laughing at the reaction of Cameron MacDonald. He was like, oops. But wait a minute, didn't Utano just hold up the backpack? The backpack was proof, everybody. It was proof.
I just think it's interesting that there's a little kid eating what appears to be strawberries behind Michael Barrett.
And I hope he's making faces at Cameron MacDonald. But it's... No, like, just play this out, everybody. So Utano goes on this emotional drama rant about, everyone's coming after us, and you want to see bribery? Here's bribery. Here's the backpack, and this was disclosed. Everything, all this is false. None of this happened. Mr. MacDonald, were you invited to whiskey tastings and other events? Yes. Like, you can't make this crap up. You really, really can't. Bones with a $2 super chat. Fox gives Cypher an ice pack for his headache.
Give him a shot of something.
Craig Robertson with a $2 super chat. Long live the Robertson screwdriver.
Yes.
Well played, Craig Robertson. And we have a $2.79 super chat from Jim Salisbury. Watching and enjoying your perspectives. Thank you so much for that. And that's your first on a live stream. Pauline Stewart with a $20 super chat. Thanks, Northern Perspective, for guiding us through this ArriveCan mess. Love from the best coast, a.k.a. the left coast. Them's fighting
nice.
words. Jerry Savoy with a $5 super chat. Just say ironic is lie, and try paint Bottler black. Oh, trying to paint Bottler black. Just can't believe. Say that. Thank you very much, Jerry. Okay.
And
Here
we
we go.
have Humble Tracker gifting 30 Northern Perspective memberships. Thank you very much. If you've received one, please make sure you say thank you to Humble Trucker.
Oh, that's because we passed 2,000 viewers, everybody.
Amazing.
Excellent. And we're still 500 likes behind. Let's get it going.
And thank you to Ryan Poplinski with the 279 super chat. It says they play dumb but smart to evade questions. Yes, I think you have to be kind of smart to navigate the questions without saying what they want you to say, but also these guys don't seem that bright.
No. Well, they're not as smart as they think they are.
Yeah, that's right. I think they think they're the smartest guys in the room, but they're totally not.
The Lost Viking with a $5 super chat. Bring back the chart for the backpack. All in the Chihuahua's voice. Okay. Let's get to the committee.
By ArriveCan vendors.
At the time during ArriveCan, no. And if any...
Were you at any time, before or after the ArriveCan project, at an event, meal, or activity with any of the vendors who were contracted by the Government of Canada to work on the ArriveCan project?
So, Mr. Chair, thanks for the question. The short answer is I was at one dinner, and that was disclosed to my boss, and which at Mindone at the time. In fact, my boss was present. So any activities or suggestions of gifts or hospitalities were openly and transparently disclosed.
You waved a bag around when you were making your opening statement. Did you bring bottles for any whiskey tastings that you were a part of?
Get him, Barrett.
I'm glad Barrett had the exact same thought as I did. Like you went through this diatribe of, oh, there's no bribery, and then here's the bag, and yeah, but you were, you accept this stuff, which you shouldn't be doing.
There are no bottles of whiskey tasting.
Did you participate in any whiskey tastings that were sponsored or paid for by vendors who were paid by the Government of Canada for the ArriveCan scandal?
Mr. Chair, this is a perfect example where things are taken out of context. And if I...
Wow.
The answer would be no if it was no.
Right? Like, it's a yes or no. It's a yes or no. And Humble Tracker coming in with 50 Northern Perspective memberships. Holy moly. That's
thank you very much.
That's a lot, Humble Tracker. Thank you so much.
Everyone, if you've received one, please make sure you say thank you to Humble Tracker.
So, well, YouTube's going to be a while giving those out. Holy moly. Hopefully it'll finish by the end of the live stream. All right, I'm going to save my comments until after this mess is done.
Good. I'd like to address the minister.
Series of questions. If you can answer the questions, I'm sure you'll have a time to get to those particular details. Did you accept free alcohol from vendors who worked on ArriveCan? Yes or no?
In the plural, no. There was one Zoom call event.
Thank you. Mr. MacDonald, same question.
I had a package arrive at my house.
What was in the package?
There were little vials of whiskey.
Vials of whiskey.
Yes.
Okay.
Sounds like whiskey tasting to me, folks.
Vials of whiskey. It's probably those little ones that are like single shots. Like you get them at a mini bar. You know what I mean?
Well, and what vendors were doing during the pandemic in order to, still do this type of stuff is they would send stuff to your house and then have a Zoom meeting, and then you all enjoy the whiskey
You all
together.
take your shots.
Yeah, that's what they were doing. It's stupid,
goodness.
and it sounds dumb because it is dumb, but that's what they were doing. And I love that Utano says, well, not in the plural, no. Okay, how about the singular? Like, the fact that this is the problem. These guys are so bad at lying, but they think they're so smart. It's crazy. Heartsinger with a $7 super chat. Likes are awesome and sharing on social media is effective too. Thanks, Cypher and Fox, for all you do. Also, I confess I watched a bit today. Buckle up.
Oh boy. That's what everybody keeps telling us. It's a good one. Buckle up.
Here we go.
Okay.
These were after contracts were in
these
place.
Would be the size that you'd get at a hotel or on an airplane?
Smaller.
Okay. And how many bottles?
4 or 5.
Like the bag. These were disclosed. What was the name of the professional standards office that you referenced, Mr. Utano?
That was the Values and Ethics Office of the
Did you
CBSA.
disclose to the Values and Ethics Office your participation in and consumption of these products that were provided to you by a vendor who had been paid $20 million for work on this project.
So the disclosure happened to our VP?
Here you go. This is we're trying to throw Mindone under the bus again. Well, I disclosed it to my VP. If he didn't do anything with it, I can't really help you there, sir. Unbelievable. Make sure.
We have Josh Diesel with a $6.99 super chat. Thank you very much. It says, Mr. Barrett, where's the whiskey? Mr. MacDonald, duh, it's at my chalet. Thanks, Cypher and Fox. Love you guys. Thank you. And we have Goku Donnie with a $10 super chat. Thank you very much. It says, my Islay single malt is $200 a bottle. Whoa. What did they get as samples? Inquiring minds want to know.
Yeah.
They probably got just swill from the bottom of a barrel somewhere.
It is Christian Firth after all.
And Humble Tracker gifting another 20 Northern Perspective memberships. Thank you very much, Humble Tracker. And if you received a membership, please make sure to say thanks.
Thank you so much.
On multiple occasions, as per the policy.
So why did the bag get disclosed, but not the free drinks?
The bags were asked in advance, and we were asked if it was acceptable, and we took the steps and procedures ahead of time because we were aware of it ahead of time. The allegations and the development of this report insinuates that we didn't follow procedures.
Did you eat meals, snacks, or consume beverages at any time that were paid for by these vendors? And if so, which vendors?
You're asking me? Yeah. So we did consume a shared platter. I had a few nachos and a couple of chicken wings and half a beer.
You know the date?
I don't have the date exactly in my mind.
Can you undertake to provide the date to the committee?
It was it would have been after we were allowed to.
Sir, I'll let you check your records and nail that down. Provide it to the committee, along with the names of anyone else who was in attendance. Mr. MacDonald, same question to you, please.
Wait, so you remember exactly what you consumed off the food platter, but you don't remember the date and you don't remember the vendor?
That's just so bizarre. That's so weird.
Because it's a lie. That's
Yeah, I mean, I know, but it's just, why would you try to lie in that manner? It's so obviously false.
So, let me read something that I had said before, and I forget what it was, but it sounded smart. So I want to actually say it, because it really encapsulates what these guys are doing, and what people really end up doing when they get caught in these positions where they're just being interrogated and they don't know what to do. I'm not going to find it in time. I know that.
Well, while you're looking, I'll read the super chat from Alice Avonlea. It says, canaries are singing but a false tune. Very true. Very true.
So what it was is when people are this guilty, facts and lies are no longer their friends. All that is left is the ridiculous and the absurd. So what that means is when you can't even tell lies properly and truth is not with you, then you rely on the ridiculous, because that's it. You've picked the hill that you're going to die on. You've decided you're not going to be accountable. You're not going to tell the truth, and that's all there is to it. So everything that you say from then on sounds completely absurd. The Lost Viking with a $5 super chat tonight has been the first time being on a stream. I've been listening for a bit while at work. Thank you guys for all you do. Well, thank you very much for joining us.
Yeah, we hope you are enjoying it. We've got a great community. The chat's always popping. It's always awesome. So,
Just Me Nicole with a $5 super chat. Please thank Humble Tracker if you got a membership. This wonderful lady has given 170 of them. You've been keeping track, have you?
Yes, please, if you've received a membership, say thank you to Humble Tracker.
And we have a member comment from Stacy. Nice to see you. Thanks, Cypher and Fox. Best channel ever. Well, we tried. We tried.
I think I had 3 zucchini sticks
Same
and
event?
half of a beer. Same event.
Only time that you shared a meal that was paid for by
That
these
was paid
vendors?
for by vendors. I just want to make sure the committee is aware, number one, in the preliminary statement of falsehoods, there are allegations that there were dinners. Those dinners were not necessarily vendor-oriented dinners or paid for by the dinners. And so that's why I'm answering the question honestly. I paid for my own meals.
Yeah, I haven't asked a question about that, but you did attend dinners with them, is what you're saying.
I have attended dinners with different vendors over the last 3 years that were disclosed per the policy to my supervisor.
Okay. It's interesting to me that the bag was disclosed to a professional standards office, but the free drinks and food were not. Mr. MacDonald, are you being investigated by the Royal Canadian Mounted Police?
I don't believe that I am. I haven't been contacted by the RCMP, and I think even the statement of fact shows that the
Same question to you,
CBSA
Mr.
says
Utano,
themselves
please.
that I didn't do anything.
Mr. Utano.
Same, I have not been contacted. I'm not aware of any being under any investigation.
So the Auditor General says the RCMP is investigating certain individuals pertaining to ethics and conflicts of interest. The Auditor General said so herself. Do you have any idea who is being investigated?
I'm not aware of who's being
Mr.
investigated.
MacDonald, same question.
I'm not aware of anybody that's being investigated.
So there's millions of dollars being passed around. A vendor was allowed to write their own contract for CBSA. It doesn't make sense that some whiskey or meals or zucchini sticks would be sufficient in terms of influence. Do you know of any other individuals who work for the Government of Canada who received any material benefit from vendors that you can share with us today?
Okay. This isn't now a very important line of questioning, in my humble opinion, because this is offering the rats a way to sing.
Do rats sing?
Well, these guys are rats. And they may not have great singing voices, but they have the opportunity to do so. So I think Barrett is offering them an opportunity to say, hey, so if you want to start throwing anyone legitimately under the bus, now's the time, guys. Now's the time. So you better start singing if there's anybody else involved in this. Diane Sylvain with a $5 super chat. Bring capital punishment back for more than one nacho and a zucchini. There you go. LJ with a $5 super chat. All the whiskey talk has made me thirsty. Cheers, Northern Perspective and Company. Cheers to you, LJ. Thank you very much. Louise A. King with a $5 super chat. 2 vials of whiskey, 3 chicken wings, and a backpack in a pear tree.
Nice.
I love that. Like, I've had a few. Give me a break. I've had a few zucchini sticks. And the other thing that's really shady that he said, if you guys caught on to this, is, well, I've attended events with vendors that were not necessarily paid for by the vendor.
So what do you think? They're like inviting you to their birthday party and getting mom and dad to pay for it? Like, what does that even mean?
It means that he was at dinners and other events with the vendors, and the vendors themselves didn't necessarily pay for it on the books. Like, give me a break. How many times was he at your chalet? Listless receptionist with a $5 super chat. I did not have culinary relations with those zucchini sticks.
Cameron MacDonald is a zucchini stick.
Oh, that's amazing. That was a great one, Listless receptionist. And Humble Trek with a $5 super chat. Happy to help all freedom lovers, seekers of truth, and supporters of the channel. Hugs all and good night. Thank you so much,
Thank you very
Humble
much.
Trekker.
Good night.
You are a saint.
I'll start. Maybe I'm not aware of any. Certainly when I was at the CBSA, as I testified last time, I did not see any wrongdoing.
Same question, Mr. Utano.
Exactly the same. I'm not aware of anybody who's received any sort of gifts or hospitality that are influenced them or.
I don't think these guys know how silly that was. So they were just kind of offered an out. So, oh my God, these guys are so dumb. All right. So they were just asked. Barrett literally handed this on a platter and they didn't even see it. So Barrett said, so we're aware that GC Strategies was able to essentially write their own contract with people at CBSA. So who else would have received any sort of gifts that would influence them? AKA, who else would they have bribed to allow them to be able to write their own contract? And their response in a nutshell is, oh, nobody, just us.
That's it. It was like, who else could they point at? And these two zucchini sticks just completely missed that.
Yeah, so they're basically saying, no, we were the only ones that were bribed.
Oh my gosh.
Like, oh my goodness. Okay. Boots41 with a $5 super chat. You don't need to remember your story if you tell the truth, folks. Apparently, these guys have never heard of that before, and they've never watched Judge Judy. That's for sure.
Influence the other actions.
Thanks, Barrett. Ms. Atwin, please, for 6 minutes.
Oh, no.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to our witnesses for joining us again today. Mr. MacDonald, I'll start with you. You mentioned in your opening statement that there was a 2022 complaint that you believe initiated the review process. Can you provide any insight on what was the subject matter of that complaint?
I wish I could, to this committee, I wish I could explain. We've asked the CBSA a number of times to provide the information from the Bottler complaint, and it's been completely withheld. I really wish that we could understand. I know that Bottler's gone on TV and online a lot and talked about it, so I believe it was sent to Ms. O'Gorman and a bunch of other people, but they're holding on to it pretty tight and won't allow us to see it.
Okay.
Well, you could watch Northern Perspective.
There you go.
There you go.
You also mentioned that some of your colleagues are being coerced to participate in the investigation. Can you further explain that or clarify that for us?
Sure. In the document itself, it says that there are 6 people who were invited to participate as witnesses. One of those people initially, as I understand it, rejected the offer to participate, which was her right, and certain steps were taken to pressure her into participating. I have some information around it, but not a lot, due to the fact that anybody who participates needs to sign a non-disclosure, and so they won't even talk to us anymore.
Wait a minute. That's problematic what he said. That opens him up to witness tampering.
That's no good.
Because how would he know that?
He wouldn't.
How would he know, and this is rhetorical, how would he know that this lady was allegedly pressured and that she allegedly declined in the first place? And then went on to say, she doesn't talk to me anymore. He literally admitted, wow. Okay.
This testimony's a train wreck.
Yeah, this is just... Dude, do you know what you're admitting to here? You're literally... Wow. Wow. And I'm sure your friend doesn't like that you're actually spilling the beans of this on committee, too. Holy moly. Because that could be construed as you're trying to influence a witness that's interfering in the internal investigation of the CBSA. Gee, really smart guy. But, you know, he's always operated with integrity.
Thank you to Ryan Poplinski with a $2.79 super chat. It says maybe they can't sing because other people have dirt on them. I wonder because was it him or was it Firth that said, "Oh, I have dirt on everybody"?
No, Firth says they have dirt on each other.
Yeah. So again, nobody's hands are clean in this, and there's no honesty among thieves. So I'm sure everybody's got dirt on everybody. The Lost Viking with a $2 super chat says, "Night guys, thank you again for everything. Thank you for joining us."
Okay. And a lot of what we're seeing out of the Auditor General's report with regards to kind of missing information or timesheets or invoices that would have been approved that didn't have, supporting documentation or, again, the required information. So you were not the one to authorize those tasks or to sign off on these timesheets or invoices that were incomplete?
That's a great question. hope I can enlighten the committee a little bit. We never had the authority to put in contracts. We never had the authority to put the TAs in place. We had what was called a technical authority, so we could sign off on the scope of the task.
That's different, and you're misconstruing this, and you know it. That's completely different. And this is how it's different, folks. So within the government, there are certain people that are authorized to sign off on contracts, to open into a contractual relationship with an organization. Typically, that's done at, the agency head level. So that's most likely going to be a John Osowski signed contract. However, invoices are different. Invoices are completely different because that's after the contract is signed. So he's trying to sidestep this question from invoices and step into contracts, saying, oh, well, we don't have the authority to sign off on contracts. Right, but that's fine. You have the authority to sign off on invoices, though. So, and the fact that you and Utano were the guys that were kind of managing this, as you agreed to with Mindone, if we accept all of your stories on some level, it was you two guys that was leading the charge on this. So it would be reasonable for you two guys to be the ones that actually sign off on the invoices. So no. You don't get to sidestep this one.
And thank you to Robert Mitchell for joining NP Supporter. Welcome to the club.
I also want to mention we are not the finance group, so we don't have responsibility for invoicing, reconciliation, the overall financial system, the system of record. That would all be within the CFO group.
Lie. Completely incorrect. You have, and you darn well know, you have the responsibility to accept the invoice. So within any organization, folks, finance never... Okay, so in order to pay an invoice in any organization, what is typically done is you sign a contract with a vendor to do something, right? Let's say you've signed them to... You're going to purchase 10 hammers, and you get the invoice from that vendor for those 10 hammers. Your finance department is going to receive that and then come to you, because you have the relationship with the vendor, and say, did you receive the 10 hammers? And you're going to say yes or no. And if you say no, then finance is going to say, then you let us know when you receive these and indicate on the invoice that you have, and then we will pay them. So finance has nothing to do with the first part of that invoicing process. The first part of the invoicing process is verified that you've received the services from the vendor that you've contractually entered in a relationship for. So, did I get my stuff? And then you indicate on the invoice, I got my stuff, finance. Go ahead and release payment. So no, you don't get to do that.
And thank you to Robert McFallon with a $10 super chat. It says, these a-holes have been in government for 2 decades. Everyone needs to worry if these are the type of people running the country. That's right, because we vote for our MPs, our elected officials, but we don't vote for these guys. These guys are hired like you would be at a regular company. They're civil servants. So we don't really have a say in what happens to them if they're not doing a good job. Our MPs, we can vote out if they do a bad job. These guys, we can't.
No.
The procurement team and within the finance branch. What we were responsible for was the technical delivery and execution. We did have managers who oversaw the consultants that worked on ArriveCan. They would have been responsible for signing off on the timesheets of the consultants. I believe they were all done in order. What would happen after that is the timesheets would go to the vendor. The vendor would reconcile that and submit an invoice. Once all the paperwork was submitted and it was in proper format, I was asked to sign, and then it would go to finance to sign off. So they would do the last verification to make sure that all of the tasks, all of the procedures were followed in order to sign off.
See? Right there. He actually kind of threw in a bit of truth there. So he admitted that after he received the invoice, he signed off on it. And then he tried to say, and then it goes to finance, and they make sure all of the tasks and all the process. No, they don't do anything. Once they receive an approved invoice, they say, enter it into the system and pay the vendor. That's all they do. They don't check anything. They're relying on you to do the checks. And the checks are, did we receive what we're supposed to have received? And that's a yes or no. Finance is assuming you're telling the truth when you sign that invoice. And when you're signing that invoice, you're saying, yep, I've received everything and everything is above board. Finance doesn't check anything. All they do is be like, oh, is this coded correctly? Well, it looks like it's coded correctly. All right, we put it in. Vendor gets paid. Done.
And we're about 350 likes behind. Please hit that like button for us, folks. It helps push the stream out to more Canadians who need to watch this.
Well, thank you. And I mean, some of the biggest pieces of this, I guess some of the biggest frustration, especially for Canadians who've been following along, is kind of ballooning of costs. And so can you just enlighten us, was there an original budget? Was there a number, a target that you were aware of, at an early stage? Just to help us understand how it got so far, how it got to that kind of almost $60 million price tag.
Thanks for the question. Min Doan once said at the early onset of the pandemic that a rising tide floats all boats. And so at the onset of the pandemic, we were asked to digitize a form. The budget for that was about $50,000. When it went to building a mobile app and releasing it, the initial budget from a prototype perspective was about $400,000, as we've testified previously and showed evidence of. But there kept on being continuous change, and everybody started injecting their requirements. And not only were we dealing with the public health agency, but we were dealing with the rest of the IT branch, and we were dealing with travelers, and we were dealing with commercials. So from my vantage point, there was never a budget allocated. However, I will point out there's been talk about an ATIP, and there's 780 pages in it. I've gone through it. There was known to the CFOs of FAC, of IRCC, and CBSA. They were able to recover $12.5 million from IRCC and FAC the second year after I was gone. And they actually put in the budget request for $25 million the third year. So, that's not far off from the $60 million when you add 6.3 plus 25 plus 25. The residual, I would suggest, is probably just other people putting their hands in the purse.
And who might those other people be, if you could enlighten us? If you're able to
sure,
share?
no problem. As an example, I think it was Service Canada. It was after my time, but Service Canada asked for about $8 million for a call center. I didn't validate those costs, but I would imagine they already have a call center since they're Service Canada. There were the IT operations team asking for new resources, but they didn't take on the operation. There were project managers, I'm sure, working against ArriveCan and being costed against it, but obviously the Auditor General found a glaring hole with project management. So
I'm sure there was project managers. So now he's just speculating on why this ballooned so much. And yes, there was other costs to Service Canada and other things, but that's not really what we're talking about here, folks. Anyhow, let's get to a couple of super chats.
Full Wookie with a $10 super chat. It says, MacDonald looks like a hot dog. He needs to grow a beard or something to break up that weenie outline. He looks like a zucchini stick.
Well, he's definitely cooking because he's getting redder and redder as the committee meeting goes.
Overall, the only thing I can say is these two guys weren't responsible for the $60 million budget or the oversight of it. And I'm really kind of incensed at the fact that the rest of the CBSA has tried to insulate themselves from their own accountabilities.
Thank you for that. And Mr. Utano, I just have about 10 seconds kind of ticking down now. Is there anything you wanted to add to Mr. Barrett's line of questioning there? I know he's short on time as well and cut you off a little bit about the timing of those whiskey tastings or dinners?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah,
quickly,
real quick,
please.
The calendar items are and emails have been cherry-picked across 5 years, selected, and trying to do maximum damage in doing that compression of what are calendar items where most times were not even intended. But I just want to reiterate, We followed the policy. We did disclose to our boss, as well as for those bags, specifically values and ethics. So we did follow the policy and code of conduct.
Thanks,
Well,
Ms.
you didn't.
Atwin. Mrs. Vignola, please.
You can't say we did because we did it for the bags and then we didn't. But that means we did when we give it to the boss. Like, why didn't you follow the same process? The whole, like, that's the sketchy part about this whole thing. So you had no problem disclosing it when Amazon sends you bags, but you're like, well, we'll just tell our boss about the dinners. Sketchy as all heck.
Thank you to Women Hauling Oversized with a $2.79 super chat. It says he sounds like Shaggy. It wasn't me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What the hell is going on?
Okay. There we go. So let's get back into it.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. Mr. MacDonald, in a letter directed to the committee last January, you wrote that when you appeared before the committee on the 7th of November 2023, and I'll just wait for you to put your earpiece in. So I'll start again. In a letter directed to the committee last January, you wrote that at your appearance before the committee on the 7th of November 2023, you informed us that we had been misled by senior officials, both current and previous, at the CBSA, insofar as who took the decision to award the ArriveCan contract to GC Strategies. Who misled you or us?
Je vais essayer de parler en français.
I'll take a stab at it in French, Ms. Vignola, if I may. But as I said in November at my appearance before you, the decision to award the contract to GC Strategies was in fact the choice of my supervisor, Ming Dong. I read the letters that the CEO of the agency were drafted for the CEO of the agency. It was Ms. Ming Dong and Mr. Ostowski, and I wasn't aware of actually what transpired. A third factor I'd like to mention, if I may. The CIO's office asked that that letter be sent to the current CEO, Ms. O'Gorman. So I don't understand, given that the question was asked of the three officials, that none of them were able to respond to that specific question. It was unbelievable. Who do you think those people were trying to protect? That's a good question.
So one problem I have is that he's saying he doesn't know what transpired. Like, he just said it. I don't know what transpired to how GC Strategies was selected. Well, if that's the case, then are you misremembering, or were you lying in the previous committee testimony? Because in the previous committee testimony, you had said, you had specifically laid out the night before you did this big proposal up for Deloitte, and then Utano did up a proposal for GC Strategies. You took both proposals into Mindon's office, and you laid out the proposals for him. And then when you came out of that office, the decision was GC Strategies. So how can you now say that you don't know what that process was? I don't understand this. And for those interested, because I've seen a couple of comments about how we have predetermined guilt here. Our approach here is I'm responding to things that he's saying that I know are factually incorrect. And that's what I'm indicting these guys on. Things that I factually know. That's what I'm talking about. So if you haven't seen our previous committee testimony on this, and you're wondering why we're commenting the way we are in this testimony, I would encourage you to watch that after this, and then you'll have literally all of the groundwork for what we're using as we're approaching this. So just keep that in mind as we go forward. And
Have a couple super chats. Thank you to Daphne Devine with a $5 super chat. It says, I say, bring back entertainment at the town square. Sell tickets and have the show every weekend till they're all gone. Looks like a music staff. It says the Lord loves a hanging.
There you go.
Well, we can't condone violence, so let's not go there.
Thank you so much, Daphne. And Vesper Digital with a $10 super chat. Not sure if Cameron is aware that he's adopted the Trudeau philosophy. If you throw money at it, eventually it will work. The budget always bounces itself. This is great GC strategy. There you go. Snowdew with a $7 super chat. $7. Thank you very much.
If you meant to type something else, just tag Barnaby by typing at BARNABY and then clicking the name that pops up, and you can type in your message and we'll read it for you.
Cameron J7 with a $10 super chat. Down for Fall Guy now. You two give me sanity working in this nonsense. Fox, when you bring up moms having 2 jobs in your mom group, it hits home. My spouse cut her mat leave short to go back part-time. That's very unfortunate.
It's very difficult, and it's very unfortunate because in a country like Canada, you would think that we would be able to have moms stay at home to support their children, because we know that children fare better when they have a parent at home for the first few years of their life. And instead, our government has just destroyed our economy and made it so that both parents have to work, and sometimes they have to work more than one job just to provide for those children.
Yeah.
I could keep going on and on about that subject, but yeah, it is very unfortunate.
And in terms of so it's problematic in terms of the Doan comment. So Doan has a unknown piece of this. There's something going on with Doan because he was very sketchy at committee. And the fact that he has 4 years of emails missing, and this was a guy in a CIO position, that's very problematic. And when it comes to who's responsible for the corruption of ArriveCan and the CBSA, the thing to consider is it's not just Cameron MacDonald and Tony Utano. From everything that we have seen and that has been presented, they're a piece of this. And I imagine that there's going to be people like Mindone, if he is complicit in this, that he doesn't want this to come back on him. So he's probably going to try to do what he can to shut these guys up. Right? Now, when it comes to some of this other stuff, you have Mindone saying it was, that he technically took the decision, but you have the Auditor General's independent report saying that GC Strategies had worked with CBSA to construct the contract. Now, you have Cameron MacDonald admitting today and admitting before that he was the guy working with GC Strategies. You have Cameron MacDonald and Tony Utano saying, we've accepted gifts from GC Strategies. You have Cameron MacDonald and Tony Utano admitting, we are the only people that we know of that have received gifts from GC Strategies. And we've also attended dinners with vendors, quote unquote, GC Strategies, where they didn't necessarily pay for it. You have Christian Firth saying, I've known these guys, specifically Cameron MacDonald, by this time over 10 years. And I have been with him his entire time in government. And I've been to his chalet and all of this stuff, and has all this inside knowledge. And you have all of these communications that are documented. And for Cameron MacDonald to now turn around and say, no, that's all false. He's literally saying the independent report from the Auditor General, that's all lies. Everybody else is lying. I'm the one telling the truth. So this is the frame of reference that we're looking at. And when he literally lies about normal procedure, like when you lie about the small things, it makes you question the big things. When you can't even tell the truth about a normal invoicing process that every private organization uses, I can't trust you on the big stuff. And Vesper Digital with a $5 super chat. At this point, I think the only person in this government that is not involved in this corruption is Greg the janitor in the House of Commons. No, I saw him taking whiskey from GC Strategies. He's in there too.
I thought of it from a different angle. I was thinking that perhaps they were trying to hurt us because we were the ones that made the decision. But as you saw from Min Don's testimony, the first time he appeared before you, he said he had nothing to do with this, that it was his team. And that's where the buck stopped. Question, I'm sorry to cut you off, but in your opinion, they're trying to protect themselves. Is that my takeaway from this? Well, of course, and if anything else transpired, I'm not aware of it. Question, why did those individuals try to protect themselves? For what specific purpose? Response, well, honestly, in light of all the facts and that you have before you, it would seem that decisions were made by the previous CEO, Ms. Osalski, and apparently there are a lot of people who objected to that. Min Don and Kelly McJossie got promotions in a non-competitive process, and Min Don received a bonus as the Chief Technology Officer for Canada. And Erin O'Gorman maintains that she didn't understand anything. She wasn't there, and yet she went to great lengths to change things, but she wasn't responsible. Question, well, so folks were trying to protect their positions. Is that correct? That's what I take away from this. Okay, so in the same letter, you refer to aggressive stratagems that were used vis-a-vis Mr. Utano. Why is it you that informed us of these pressure tactics and not Mr. Utano himself? And I'd like you to keep your earpiece in when I do take the floor, because things can get a tad complicated. Thank you very much for that. Now, Mr. McDonald, why is it you specifically who decided to clue us in to the pressure tactics levelled against Mr. Utano, please? Thank you, Ms. Vignola.
So just some context here, if I'm understanding Vignola's question right. So what MacDonald had testified to before was that Min Don was threatening him and pressuring him in terms of ArriveCan back when all hell was breaking loose in 2022, when the whole cost of ArriveCan started to be known and everyone was complaining about that in committee. And then Min Don was being brought in to committee, and Mendocino was the minister at that time and was allegedly saying, you know, I was going to have somebody's head on a platter, and MacDonald had testified that Mr. Doan had made that implicitly clear that if there's going to be a head on the platter, it's going to be mine, as in MacDonald. And then he had said, oh well, and by the way, the same types of threats and pressure tactics were used on Utano as well. So I think that might be the context that Vignola is talking about here.
I wrote the letter concerned to Ogle because I was at the end of my tether. Mr. Utano had been suspended without pay, and it was my thinking that that would happen to me as well. And the very next day, I received a letter stating that I was suspended without pay. Now, I'm the kind of person who always stands up for my own rights. And I went to great lengths to get my hands on the evidence and be transparent and honest before this committee. That's highly important. So basically, when you informed us of this, you were trying to raise a red flag and sound alarm bells regarding something that was likely to happen to you. So by protecting Mr. Utano, you were trying to avoid that both of you would avoid being suspended without pay. Is that correct? Well, not exactly. We received a letter in the wake of our testimony stating that the CBSA had opened an investigation. And at that point in time, we didn't know anything about that so-called preliminary statement of facts or what the CBSA had actually done to date. We didn't lay eyes on that document until you yourselves did. So, well, question. I'm sorry to cut you off. I don't have much time left. But you said that the document, the preliminary statement, that you didn't receive it at the time. But a member of this committee had the document. whereas no other member had the document, and that member said you were the one who gave him the document. So how do we reconcile those two the discrepancy in the relation of those facts? That's a good question. Well, apparently the CBSA, for the CBSA to send the letter to the clerk of the committee, they were supposed to send it to us first. And it was perhaps a couple of days after that that Mr. Brock asked to speak. He spoke with our counsel, and the report at that stage had not been submitted to members of this committee. There were only extracts that were submitted to the committee by way of demonstration that this document had not been professionally filled out. Well, it was a couple of pages, right, at the end of the day, these couple of lines. Well, our lawyer had an exchange with the member. It wasn't us. There were 300 pages, I believe, or more that were exchanged. So I can't give you any further insight to what I've just told you. But it was evidently not the complete document.
Move on.
So recall earlier in committee, he said he received that report when the MPs did. Now he's saying that Brock received the report from his legal counsel, so he already had it, which is consistent with what we had learned in previous OGO committees when Brock actually brought this report up. So he's being very inconsistent even in the same committee now. That usually means he's nervous. Okay, couple of super chats. We have Mike Tremblay with a $1.39 super chat. Thank you so much for that, Mike. And let's see. I think we have another one. If I can just get to it. YouTube is not being my friend tonight, everybody. Holy moly. No, I think we're good.
And, Mr. Backrack, please, for 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to start, Mr. MacDonald, with the claim that you were not interviewed as part of the CBSA investigation. And I believe, if I understand correctly, you stated that you were invited to be interviewed, however, only after the preliminary statement of fact had been sent to other people in the organization. Is that an accurate characterization of what you told the committee?
To set the record straight, we had a few exchanges between the time that I was notified of the investigation being opened after my testimony and the January 5th, which was the last one. Those exchanges happened with my counsel where we were asking for information and disclosure. CBSA refused to disclose any information at all. January 5th was the final warning that we got, where they said if we didn't do it, they were going to close the investigation, which is part of the reason why we went to the courts, was to make sure that the CBSA couldn't close the investigation. But as we found out through the disclosure of the document, which would only happen because it was a production order from this committee, the CBSA had to share it with us. Otherwise, they weren't planning on sharing it with us at all. So we had absolutely no investigation. We had one page that had 6 line items on it that said specifically the allegations were from Bottler from 2002, but they opened up the investigation, I believe it was 10 days to the day after I testified here at OGO.
Can I add to that, Mr. Chair?
But did you receive a request to participate in the investigation? We had the CBSA investigator before committee, and our understanding is that you were invited several times to participate and participate in an interview as part of the investigation, and that you declined those requests or did not respond to them. Is that correct?
Well, actually, that's not correct. The first time that they emailed me, I'm actually on sick leave. The first time they emailed me, they emailed my work address. The second time they emailed my home address, we responded. We've responded, I think, 4 times totaling, saying that we would participate in the investigation. We have asked a number of times for them to disclose information so that we can prepare for the investigation and prepare for the interview. And we're happy to do that. We just want to have information with which to be able to come in and prepare and defend ourselves.
And if I can add, Mr. Chair, can I please add to that?
Sir, it's Mr.
I'm
Backrack's
sorry.
time, so Mr. Backrack.
I'm sorry. It just seems a little bit like a misrepresentation that you said that you weren't interviewed, but you were clearly invited to be interviewed as part of the process, but you demanded to have certain documents which they didn't provide, and as a result, you didn't participate in the investigation. It seems like the opportunity was open to you. But I'm going to move on to a different claim. Mr. MacDonald, you claimed that you didn't sign contracts for ArriveCan. Mr. Utano, I didn't hear you make the same claim. Did you sign contracts for any ArriveCan?
Okay, so very good question and line that Mr. Backrack is taking here. Why? Because he's basically indicting again MacDonald on his statements, and they're not lining up. So MacDonald is saying, or MacDonald previously said, we were not invited to interviews. You know, we were only basically given the opportunity to come to one interview. And Backrack is saying, well, when the CBSA investigator testified, he said that you were invited to many interviews and you didn't respond to some, and you respond to others, but you never showed up. And so then Cameron MacDonald is saying, well, kinda. So, you know, he said, I'm on sick leave, which I don't understand that. But let's just say he was, and he wasn't looking at his email, which you shouldn't be if you're on sick leave. And he's saying, I got it to my home address, but I would not participate in the investigation unless it was on my terms. Well, sometimes you don't have the choice, sir. Sometimes you just have to show up, and then they give you the skinny right in front of you. Why do you expect somebody is going to give you all of this information on an investigation prior to you even meeting with them? So that doesn't wash, folks. It doesn't wash.
Thank you to Waifu for Life with a $5 super chat. It says, do you think the NDP would be better if Jack Layton was still alive and still be leader of that party? That may be discussion for another night. Tonight we're talking about ArriveCan.
Yeah, but it is it's a good question, and maybe we can get back to that on Sunday on the live stream. And
I am going to paste the link to the previous live stream where Cameron MacDonald and Antonio Utano were in committee, so that you guys can go and watch it later. I had heard a few people were asking for that, so I'll just paste that into the chat. But just so we can answer your super chat, my opinion is yes, Wifer for life. So there you go. And Gina Davison, welcome to NP membership. Thank you very much.
Vendors? Yeah, just want to confirm, we never had authority to be, or were the contracting authorities on any of those contracts. We were the technical authorities. Okay, in the Auditor General's report, she clearly highlights the fact that you were responsible for choosing GC Strategies as the vendor for the contract. Is that so? Just to remind, is that accurate? So it's not accurate. First, we never had the authority to make the decision. If we presented options, if we had the authority to make the decision, why would we present options in the first place? Second, we presented evidence to this committee and to the Auditor General on who made the decision. Thirdly, what she was referring to, I believe, was a requisition. Requisition is step 1 of 6 in contracting, but that only starts after a decision is rendered. And I'm going to repeat it again. Once the decision was made by the VP, Mindone, and the President to move forward with GC Strategies, we were then told to execute and move forward. It's all a little bit unbelievable based on the facts that have been disclosed so far, but I'm going to move on to the RCMP investigation. Mr. MacDonald indicated that he has not been invited to participate or be interviewed as part of that investigation. Have you, Mr. Utano? As I said earlier, no, I have not been contacted or I'm aware if I'm part of that investigation.
So even the NDP doesn't believe them. it would be if the NDP were aligned to the Liberals, it would be. I would expect them to believe them, but like, guys, you have the Auditor General. Auditor General doesn't care who it is. They're just saying, here's the evidence. And let's go back to this, right? So you have two people. You ask two people for an apple. I would like an apple, please. Those two people go off. One comes back to you with a rotten apple. One comes back to you with a ripe apple. Were you given a choice as to which apple to take? Just because you don't have the authority doesn't mean you didn't make the choice. Right? There are many cases where the contract authority, the person that actually signs for it, they're not making the choice. They're relying on their team to recommend the choice. So, and these guys even created the scenario back in the first committee testimony. They said that Cameron MacDonald, he recommended Deloitte. He worked on the proposal for Deloitte. And then Utano worked on the proposal for GC Strategies. They brought that to Mindone. And all of a sudden, Cameron MacDonald is surprised to hear when Mindone says, well, we can't use Deloitte. We're not using them right now. They're in the penalty box or whatever the heck that is. So by virtue of that, there's only one option left. So Deloitte was the rotten apple. So who really chose GC Strategies here, right?
And do either of you expect to be contacted by the RCMP as part of this investigation?
I don't expect to be contacted, but if I am, I'm happy to comply. If I could, Mr. Bacharach, just answer. I don't know what we've said that you find unbelievable. We provided evidence to both this committee and to the Auditor General that it was not us that selected GC Strategies. It's unfortunate the Auditor General didn't have the time to incorporate that into her report. We did speak with the Auditor General very late in the process, but it's very clear that we did not. And these came from CBSA's own notes which were shared with the President O'Gorman. So I don't take offense to your statement that it's not believable. I just don't understand what isn't believable. We don't have the authority to put contracts in place, and we clearly didn't make this decision. So those are the facts as they are.
I think that the thing that's unbelievable is that if you read the public reporting on this matter, the articles that have appeared in the Globe and Mail, if you read the preliminary statement of fact, if you read the report by Bottler, it very clearly indicates that you had an intimate role in the ArriveCan contracts in GC Strategies. Mr. Firth described you as someone who's been a friend for as long as you've been working for the government. Is that an accurate statement on his part?
Mr. Chair,
we're out of time, but if you could just do a quick response.
It's not an accurate statement, and it's already been testified to that it was an inaccurate statement. So if the member wants to watch testimony from previous witnesses, including myself and others, the member will know that this is not accurate whatsoever.
What other witnesses? Christian first said that he's known you forever. And in the previous testimony, you said you haven't known him forever. And now you're saying you haven't known him forever. You can't use your own testimony to say, see, I was telling the truth because I said it in another committee hearing. You need documentation. And he said something actually really important. He talked about notes. When he said CBSA notes. I'd be interested in seeing what those are, because if you're just talking about random quote-unquote notes, that's not necessarily evidence. It could be, but what's evidence to me is a time-stamped email that so-and-so picked this, so-and-so picked that, case closed. Now the problem is and this is why Mindone is under a microscope right now. We don't have lots of those emails, right? Because they're missing. Why? Don't know. Allegedly, they were destroyed, being moved around. Like, I don't buy that. That doesn't happen. So, yeah, this is the thing, and he is even calling into question the Auditor General's report, which she has no stake in this. She has no pony in this investigation at all.
Thank you, Mr. Backrack.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mrs. Block, please, for 5 minutes.
Kelly Block.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you to both of you for joining us today to provide further testimony on the issue of ArriveCan. My first question would be in response to Mr. Utano's answer to my colleague, Mr. Backrack. Did I hear you say that you were the individual who signed off on the contract requisition to PSPC for the first ArriveCan contract awarded to GC Strategies?
So just to be, thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. So to be clear, the requisition was the beginning of the process to put a contract in place. It wasn't the actual contract. And that was only done after the decision was rendered on which direction and vendor to go with to work on a ArriveCan application. And that decision came down from our VP and president at the time.
Thank you. But you were the individual who signed off on that requisition.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the question. I haven't seen the document that the OEG was referring to, but it sounds in around the same time frame and area.
Thank
you. Come on, Utano. Did you sign off on the requisition? Well, I'd have to see the document. This would be something you would remember, especially with everything going on, Utano. But it sounds like it might be right. Come on. Jerry Savoy with a $5 super chat. Come on, NP supporters, 100. Like missing, please hit the like. It's free. So basically, Jerry's saying we're 100 likes behind. Let's see if we can catch up, everybody. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you. I guess my next question does refer to the Auditor General's report. Why did you not pursue the alternatives given to you by PSPC to make this contract competitive? In other words, the Auditor General mentioned a suggestion which would have allowed a shorter bidding period of just 10 days, which would have worked with necessary timelines. Why did you not pursue that?
I'll start off if you want to jump in after, but so a couple things, just to put some more context to it. 10 days is the actual timeline that would be put on the street, if you will, for vendors to participate. However, leading up to that, there's the development time to create a proposal, and that takes weeks, if not months, to do. Second, when we worked with PSPC, we worked in conjunction with them as well as our internal controllership with a targeted a goal to move forward with an RFP as quickly as possible. The third thing is we were given direction from our superiors that we will not be able to stop. We didn't have the luxury of pausing during the pandemic, and so we followed that direction, and we were working with the experts in procurement and contracting, and we did the best that we could with the tools that we had. But we'd never had the authorities to just make unilateral contracting decisions. I just want to reiterate that.
Thank you.
If I could just add a couple of things. The first contract that happened with GC Strategies was, I believe, for about $1.4 million. We were told at the time it was exceptional circumstances. The borders had closed. We had no idea where ArriveCan was going. We had no idea what it would turn into. And we were told, go get this done. We need to get something out there. So I have to admit, like, the CBSA, and I say it as an agency, not Mr. Utano or not myself,
right,
but we did push back at PSPC. Oftentimes people say something can take 10 days, but it can also take 10 weeks.
Sure.
So,
thank you for that. I appreciate that explanation.
In fairness to Mr. MacDonald, that is a reasonable statement. Because just because you have you give a 10-day turnaround time doesn't mean you're going to get proposals in a 10-day turnaround time. Now, the odd thing is that, again, this seems to have been tailor-made for GC Strategies as per the Auditor General's independent report. So it's very, very odd because they ended up getting GC Strategies seemingly already put together proposal for this within that 10-day period. So, very strange.
Thank you to D with a $20 super chat. If you meant to type a message, please tag Barnaby and he will push the message up and we'll read it for you.
Mr. Utano, you just said something that has piqued my interest when you talk about curating a proposal. Who is responsible to curate a proposal?
As far as roles and responsibilities, I can tell you that as the acting DG or DG, we don't have that. We don't have the responsibility to write. We don't write RFPs. We don't do evaluations of submissions, and we don't select.
Who does?
Well, it's done in collaboration with the team. So there'd be
Okay.
there'd be technical authorities and others involved in that.
So can you tell me who was responsible for signing off on the second contract awarded to GC Strategies for ArriveCan?
Yeah, maybe I'll start with that. So GC Strategies had met with the commercial branch and travelers branch. I wasn't part of it, and they call it a technical bake-off, but there were two companies that were showcasing their technology. I believe it was commercial branch chose the GC Strategies and wrote a justification for national security exemption. That justification went to the CFO, Jonathan Moore, who then wrote a letter to PSPC seeking approval for the national security exemption. I provided this evidence to all committee members. In that letter, it actually states that they had a preferred vendor who had done work with Transport Canada, hence the commercial ties. So we took that on because we were the IT team. But the genesis of the second contract was additional scope to tie into ArriveCan that came from the business line.
Thank you. And I guess my next question was who was responsible for signing off on the third contract awarded to GC Strategies? And a follow-up would be who would be responsible for documenting all of these contracts?
The third contract, just to try and answer your question as quickly as possible, the third contract was for accessibility. I believe it was also done under the National Security Exemption banner, which provided PSPC and CBSA with availability to do a sole source. The reason that GC Strategies was chosen for the third contract was kind of like if you were adding scope to kitchen renovation. You're not going to go hire a net new contractor to come in, but you have to have a new contract for it. That's what PSPC said. The original two didn't have that in scope, so we needed a third contract. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you.
I don't buy that. I don't buy that at all. I'm confused. Why would you not amend the original contract? I'd like to understand that. If this was just for ArriveCan, why are you not just amending the contract and issuing a project change request? If he is saying what he is saying is correct, I don't understand why they would do a brand new contract, because accessibility would have been a deliverable. It's part of the design of the ArriveCan app. The only reason why you would do a completely separate contract is to balloon it. That's the only reason. Like, what should have happened is they should have sent this out. Let's say GC Strategies won it. Fine. Okay, so you're going to build an app. Okay, fine. Great. So that comes back. And part of the scope of that should be accessibility. Like, that would have been, that's not something new that comes along. That's baked into it. So, if anything, you could say, oh, well, we forgot the accessibility aspect and we didn't name a resource to actually do that. So we need to amend that original contract to add that resource in. That wouldn't have been millions of dollars. That would have been one person, an accessibility person. And they would go through the app and the code and come back with their recommendations of, okay, so this screen isn't accessible, this one is, and here's all the changes that you have to do. That's what should have happened.
And thank you to Gokodani with 5 gifted Northern Perspective memberships. If you received one, please make sure you say thank you to Gokodani.
Yeah. Thank you very much. And my yeah wasn't wasn't at you, Coco.
I was
Downey.
gonna say,
I was just looking at the expression of Cameron McDonald's face.
yeah, you kind of paused it at an interesting spot.
Yeah.
How much time do I have?
You have minus 20 seconds.
Thanks.
Mr. Baines, over to you, please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and again, thank you to both Mr. Utano and Mr. MacDonald for joining us here today again. Regarding the statement, the preliminary statement of fact, did you provide or did you authorize your counsel to share the preliminary statement with any MPs prior to Mr. Lafleur's appearance?
Not in full.
Well,
Oh, no, sorry. Prior to Mr. Lafleur's appearance, the first time or the second time, sir?
the last appearance, his last appearance.
I don't remember the date of when I received a copy of the preliminary statement of facts to juxtapose it against Mr. Lafleur. Once I had received the preliminary statement of facts, I made sure my counsel had it. In and around that time, I believe a committee member asked for information surrounding it, and I know both Mr. Utano and I said that it was acceptable, and we agreed that certain elements could be shared.
Certain elements, not in full.
No.
Okay. When you appeared last, you told the committee that this started off as a replacement for a piece of paper that cost about $3 each. When we think about the 60 million transactions or 40 million transactions on ArriveCan, I like to think of it as an overall cost saving for Government of Canada. Do you still stand by that past statement?
Thank you for the question. I was surprised that the OAG didn't have an element of that in her report. I think all factors regarding the value of the app need to be considered. As I've said, GC Strategies brought in some really good consultants, and they did a good job at building the app while I was there. And I think the fact of the matter is she did express the fact that it was taking more than the quarantine time to be able to get provinces the information. There was also a cost to doing that. So from my vantage point and kind of having a background that understands how to count, I would say that there was definitely a cost avoidance. I can't say that there was a cost savings, but had they stayed on paper, it certainly would have cost more than ArriveCan did.
You don't know why she would have said that? She said it cost too much. That's what she said. And one of the primary reasons, never mind the contract fixing at the beginning of the process where it was rigged for GC Strategy to actually get it, was that you guys didn't try and pull the support of the app and further development in-house. You actually increased the spend, so you were more reliant on a consultant for an app that you guys keep trotting out as integral to the operation of the border. So yeah, it costs way, way too much. No app should cost that much.
From your testimony, you didn't have a model to follow when you built ArriveCan. As you know, the software app is not what the government usually purchases, which is commercially off the shelf, readily available to industry or market. Like in these cases, the IP ownership is retained by the developer, but in this case, the IP is retained by the Government of Canada. Does the rapid development and IP ownership represent value in your eyes?
Go ahead. Well, I think actually President Gorman came in and testified to that they did not throw away non-recoverable engineering costs in developing it. They're using it today. They're processing 300,000 passengers per month is what I believe the testimony was. The intellectual property belongs to the Government of Canada, and that was absolutely by, I'll say, a design, because we eventually want to get to the point where we have the abilities. When we say we, our staff has the capabilities and abilities to develop and work with this technology moving forward.
And this is just softballs from Mr. Baines to try and make the Liberals look good.
Okay, Mr. MacDonald, I want to go back actually just one more time to quickly for the preliminary statement of fact. before you share, when you found it acceptable to share it with the members of the committee, which member did you actually share it with? Who reached out to you or your council? Was it our chair or what? Like,
No. Mr. Brock has reached out a couple of times and asked for information to have insight, and maybe I'll just make sure the committee is aware. Our door was open to anybody, and it remains open. So if anybody would like to speak or know more about what's going on, I'm happy, and I think Mr. Utano is. Some of that information is very personal.
If you could please share the timeline of when you received the request and whom you received the request from members of this committee, and dates, if you can recall. If you maybe share that in writing, please.
Yeah, we can follow up after. I mean, there hasn't been a lot of back and forth, but I will endeavor to do it as soon as we can. But yep.
Okay.
So the Liberals are going to cry foul that that Brock reached out, and you can argue one way or the other whether Brock should or should not have. I don't think we'll know that answer until all of this is kind of all said and done. But the Liberals are going to try and use this to, as I said, cry foul.
And I'm going to continue on with another line of questioning here.
Real brief, Mr. Baines.
There was one thing I wanted to clarify. The opposition kept repeating that this was supposed to cost $80,000. Is this possible that this app could cost $80,000?
No, the app could never have cost $80,000. The $80,000 was to build a digital prototype that moved paper onto basically an online form that could be used on a mobile phone. It was used to be able to show and demonstrate that you could digitize something, which is something the Government of Canada has been very interested in doing. And through doing that, it demonstrated there was a doorway to building an app.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Baines. We'll go to Mrs. Vignola for 2.5 minutes, please.
Merci beaucoup. Je vais laisser.
Thank you very much. I'll allow the witnesses to put their e-pieces in. Thank you. Mr. MacDonald, between 2017 and 2020, where were you working in the government?
Moi, je travaille à PSPC.
I was working at PSPC in real property. I was an executive director at the time in charge of project portfolios to do with building and construction. In other words, several billion-dollar budget for construction projects. And then I moved into information technology for 3 years thereafter.
So this is going to be interesting to see where Vignola goes with this. I'm wondering if she's going to be asking, have you ever done business with GC Strategies prior to this? Because as we know, we're going to find this out very shortly, because the motion to actually have the Auditor General look into all of the GC Strategies contracts, that is coming. And that was passed. So will be interesting. Tony Petipus with a $27.99 super chat. Thank you very much, sir. I have served Canada in uniform for 33 years and another 10 out of uniform. I want our Canada back. I am hoping this or the budget can take this government down. Thank you both for keeping me believing. You give me hope. Thank you so much for that, Tony Petipus, and thank you for your service.
Thank you, Tony. It's only a matter of time, even if it's not this spring, which we firmly believe it's going to be. But again, we don't predict the future. It might not be. If it's not this spring with the budget, if it's not this fall, it's got a finite number on it. We're not going to have to suffer under this forever. And the more we talk with each other and the people in our community and our friends and our family, I think the more people are going to realize that this Liberal government is not cutting it and we need a new one. Well,
and with every week that goes by, I couldn't believe that the Conservative numbers were up to 43%. I thought 40 was the ceiling, and they've been this way for about a year, so they're not going anywhere. So absolutely, strategy and all of the tea leaves is saying that it's happening this spring, but who knows?
Now, just to refresh my memory, when did you in fact meet Mr. Firth for the first time?
Monsieur Firth, le premier fois.
Well,
That's exactly what
I
he's
met
asking.
Mr. Firth around 2010 when I was working at Agriculture and Agri-Foods Canada. I didn't know him prior to that date. We didn't meet often. We didn't work together per se, and his company GC Strategies didn't even exist at the time. I changed roles a couple of years later, and I wasn't in project delivery, and thereafter I completely left information management, and I had no contact with him for over 8 years. So in 2010, Mr. Firth was a shareholder, a co-owner of Coridex Systems Consulting. Is that correct?
J'ai aucune.
I have no idea. I don't know. I'm sorry about that. Most of the contracts that you mentioned were with Transport Canada in any event, as you mentioned earlier. Question. In the Auditor General's report, and this question is directed at both witnesses, how do you explain that among the 25 important updates to ArriveCan, there was no paperwork, paper trail, or the paper trail was incomplete, and as a result of that, the Auditor General concluded that out of 177 updates, well, that there was very little paper trail in regards of them. How do you explain that?
Sir.
I'm sorry, the translation cut off the last word. I think she's asking about testing.
Could you repeat the last little bit, Mrs. MacDonald? We're trying to get to an answer. Translation issue.
So I'll just wait for you to put your earpieces in. If there is difficulties with interpretation, please do put your earpieces in. So, question, what explains the dearth of paperwork or the total lack of a paper trail regarding the updates and changes made to the application, including the 25 most important updates or modifications?
Yeah, we're past our time, but if you could offer a brief answer.
A brief answer, yeah, I can jump in. So there's a whole host of actually documents, and I'm not sure if the OEG was provided with that. OICs triggered every single change, technical change that reflected orders and councils that were ordered, then brought down. Moreover, and I don't know if it was presented to the OEG, I know from a technical perspective, we used an online tool that would track all the different changes. Third, we had a project manager eventually put in and who tracked every single version and the origins, if you will, of the genesis of each and every single version and changes. I apologize, madam, I don't know what was presented to the Office of the Auditor General, but I can assure there is documentation there.
Okay. So before we, okay, so just because you're tracking a version doesn't mean a lot. Documentation is what are the requirements, what was built, was that correct, what was the testing, what was the result of that testing, and then what was the approval to actually move those updates into production. That's what we're talking about here. The fact that Utano is only zeroing in on version, they track the version. Great. There's a whole host of other stuff that is missing, and we already know by admission of public health that testing was waived for a whole bunch of this stuff because we had to get it out quickly. So yes, there's online tools that can host a bunch of this information. It would be very strange that someone just decided, you know what, nobody knows about it, so we're not going to provide it to the Auditor General. And it's also strange that they're assuming that the Auditor General's department is incompetent and can't actually find all of this documentation in the first place. Because they're literally doing this stuff all the time. I doubt this is their first rodeo when it comes to like an application. So It's a bit bizarre when the Auditor General comes back and says there was virtually no documentation, and the response from Utano is there's tons of documentation. You just have to look for it. Very strange. Very strange. Canadian Patriots with a $7 super chat. Trudeau, the only person ever to be able to go black and go back. Wow.
Oh, man.
Thank you, Northern Perspective and Barnaby, I guess.
Oh, poor Barnaby.
Grateful for all the work. Love seeing you grow. Thank you very much for that. Okay, and after that we have Vesper Digital with a $5 super chat. Thank you very much. The problem is overpricing and hiring very expensive consultants who purposefully inflate their prices and tell their vendors to overcharge to earn more. Absolutely.
Yeah, 100%.
And that's what the Auditor General has. She literally has them saying, we need the most expensive resources that you have available. And then there's evidence that those resources weren't used at all.
Well, and didn't we also learn that there was evidence that the whole procurement process would take the median value so that people weren't trying to price themselves as low?
Yes.
Like they weren't trying to give the government the best deal. They were trying to give the government what they thought would be the median deal so that they would get that contract. Well, like, that's messed up.
Well, but they wouldn't even overbid. They would overbid the medium to ensure that they got it. Yeah. It's bizarre. And you had to be a pre-existing contractor in the first place. Mr. Excuses with a $5 super chat. Near zero sight fog in Niagara tonight. Going to have the visibility of a Liberal supporter.
Oh, no.
Wow.
Please drive safely, though, if you're driving.
Pink Emo Slayer with a $20 super chat. Sorry I'm late, fam.
Glad you could make it.
About time you showed up. Just kidding. Okay, here we go.
Thanks very much, Mr. Backrack. Back to you, please, sir.
Mr. MacDonald, when you appeared before committee on November 7th, you provided a significant number of documents, including emails from your time at the CBSA. How did you obtain those documents?
That's a great question.
Isn't it, though?
Alice Avonlea with a $2 super chat. And then kickbacks. Yep.
I kept records of some of the documents that I had when I was there.
So at the time, you were no longer an employee of CBSA, but you retained emails from your time there? Were those emails your property, or were those the property of CBSA?
I can answer that. It is not the property of Cameron MacDonald. It is the property of the agency in question. So this will be interesting. A very interesting line of questioning. Trish Pearl with a $50 super chat. This app worked so well. My brother was one of the over 10,000 people who were falsely told he had COVID. When he finally spoke with someone, the agent asked how my brother got the number. The agent didn't realize the number was on the website. That sounds like a government operation if I've ever heard one, Trish, and I'm sorry to hear that your brother was detained. Hopefully, no other further negative consequences happened as a result.
You'd have to ask CBSA, but given the nature of what's happened, I'm pretty glad that I have them, because it seems like a lot of emails have been deleted, and I would suggest not maybe just Mindone's, but other people's too. So if CBSA thinks that I've done something wrong, they can add that to the preliminary statement of falsehoods.
Wow, that's quite the cheeky comment from MacDonald there. If you've worked in information management for 3 years, you would know. And this is actually a good public service announcement for everybody. If you work for an organization, just in case you don't know, and if you do, then I'm telling you what you already know. If you work for any organization, anything that that goes into your email and out of your email, that's actually, it doesn't belong to you. You have a semi-reasonable expectation of privacy, but that's not your personal property. That belongs to the organization in which you belong to. That goes with anything that you may save on a shared drive. That goes with anything that goes on a potential laptop, on a smartphone, any device that you have. That's not yours. That belongs to the organization by which it belongs. And that could be problematic for MacDonald to admit that he actually took that information out without authorization.
Now, in your opening statement on November 7th, you said, I received an unsolicited, jointly branded GC Strategies and Bottler proposal. Now, on January 18th, Ms. O'Gorman, the president of CBSA, said, quote, I don't agree that that was proper procurement. It was not an unsolicited proposal. Who are we to believe here?
Well, Mrs. O'Gorman also said that she wasn't part of the investigation and was insulating herself, so I don't know how she has all this information with which to testify with when she says that she doesn't know anything, and she only got briefed when the PSF was created. So I think Mrs. O'Gorman has not told the truth a few times during her testimonies and misled this committee, to be honest. And, you know, whether you believe me or not is up to you, but I've come here, I've told the truth, I've provided evidence time and time again, and, that's where things stand. I think we're at odds, Ms. O'Gorman and I, but, given the situation and what's happened, I can only conclude that she's not telling the truth when she appears.
We have Ms. O'Gorman, we have the Auditor General, we have the Bottler report, we have all of these things, and you're essentially saying that all of these people are not representing the truth and that the committee should believe you. I'm finding this a little difficult to follow how we're to understand all of these contradictions that keep popping up in the testimony.
Bingo. Bingo. So you have Bottler saying one thing. You have O'Gorman agreeing with Bottler. You have the Auditor General agreeing with Bottler and O'Gorman. So you have these three independent of each other sources, right? You have an external organization, you have the independent Auditor General, and you have Erin O'Gorman. Now, she's a little shady herself. Let's not, put a halo around her head. But she's agreeing with the Auditor General and Bottler. So everyone else is lying. Everyone else is lying.
So that's fair. I mean, you read the preliminary statement of facts, so you will have seen that Bottler tried to get a contract not once but twice in order to just proceed with work with the CBSA.
And is that, just to stop you there, Mr. MacDonald, is that contract
past our time? Do you have a very quick question, Mr. Bachrach?
Well, I'm wondering if you can provide evidence that Bottler is trying to seek a contract for compensation for the work they did, because that's not my understanding.
Well, it says it clearly in the document, so I don't know how to understand it other than Bottler sought a contract to provide the misconduct report that they used as the allegations. And in Mr. Utano's report, it says that they sought a contract in order to present as a witness or participate in the investigation. So,
can I just add to that real quick?
We're really out of time, perhaps.
It wasn't. We're not saying that. CBSA said that.
Okay. Thanks, Mr. Brock. Please for 5.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, gentlemen. Thank you for your attendance. I want to take my opening round with both of you to put a fine point on this issue. This discussion has to end, and it needs to end today as to who's responsible for the selection of GC strategies. Canadians want to know. Canadians are rightfully angry that this two-person firm working out of their basement doing no IT work have collected almost $20 million in taxpayer funds. So I can understand why the government wants to shield themselves, the Justin Trudeau government wants to shield themselves from any responsibility. So I know the Auditor General was unable to precisely identify which individual. She made a suggestion, Mr. Utano, that perhaps you should accept responsibility for it. Her words were that you signed the requisition on behalf of the agency, which amounts to an exercise of delegated authority and carries with it responsibility and accountability. But prior to that particular statement, did you not meet with the Auditor General's team?
We met with the Auditor General for approximately 30 minutes. Once I'm told, the report was already drafted. Essentially, I believe we were just a ticky box.
Okay. Mr. MacDonald, you met with the AG team?
Met with the AG team the same day as Mr. Utano.
And did the issue as to who chose GC Strategies come up?
Yes, that was one of the first questions that came up. And
you provided documentation to support your theory as to who chose GC Strategies?
Yes, I did.
And who was that person again?
It was Mindone and the president.
Did you supply any information by way of an ATIP to the AG?
Yes, I supplied the same information that I put forward to OGO to show the three components of all of the selections of GC Strategies.
And within that ATIP, there was a briefing preparatory package which contained an item that I brought to the attention of departmental officials. Whose decision was it to contract GC? I'm going to read this out and I want an explanation. My office made the decision to pursue the contract with GC Strategies. The two proposals for the work were presented to the CIO and president, and the decision was made to proceed with GC Strategies as their proposal and approach aligned with what the CBSA was looking for, particularly rapid staff augmentation. The Deloitte proposal was a managed service using their cloud instance. This would have involved additional risk and did not align with our direction to build cloud mob competencies within the agency. Who are they referring to?
They're referring to Mindone and John Izowski. And the reason why it was written like that was because Mindone had a fake heart attack and Kelly Belanger took over for him. So the notes were updated so that Kelly Belanger could attend OGO with Erin O'Gorman, as she did. The record will reflect it. And that's why it was written there. But the question you have to ask yourself is, who was the CIO and who was the president when the decision was made?
Who was the CIO at that time?
Mindone.
Mindone. And the president?
John Izowski.
Osowski. Now, you've identified individuals who have misled the committee. I'm not going to use the word who misled. I want to know who lied to committee, who lied to parliamentarians, who lied to Canadians. Identify those players, please.
Well, frankly, if you look at that package that I provided to the OAG, there are three components.
Dude. So I've let this go because I'm really processing Brock's line of questioning here. The one problem I have, and I'm, again, it depends on the format in which it's provided, is this briefing note. So if that was by way of an email, sure. And if that was corroborated, sure, I'll accept that. But he's also saying the briefing note was updated. I don't know what that means. A briefing note is something that you provide to somebody so they are ready to go into committee. Now, the interesting thing about Mr. Brock here is that in the first meeting, November 7th, on this same artifact, he was accusing Cameron MacDonald of potentially witness tampering. And now he's using this as a... Well, it seems like he's using this as an indictment of Mindone. So this is strange. Now, Brock has seen more information in the back end, so we don't know. But the other thing that jumped out to me is that when Brock was reading this out, he said that two options were provided. Sorry, Cameron MacDonald was saying two options were provided to Mindone, and one of them, GC Strategies, ended up being selected because it aligned with what the agency's requirements were. In that they needed rapid staff augmentation, and then Deloitte's was a managed service one. So I'm confused as to why Cameron MacDonald would spend all night, as he said he did, drafting a proposal for managed services when it didn't align with the requirements of the agency whatsoever. That's the rotten apple, folks. That's literally the rotten apple. So there was only one choice. Mindone signed off on it. He has accountability for that. So he's part of this mess. who really chose them, it's these two guys right here. When you put a rotten apple in front of an executive and another seemingly good apple, what are they going to pick?
Thank you to Mike Bamlet with a $5 super chat. It says, Utano, I got this backpack, but I feel like they don't represent who I am. I feel like a tool bag would be a more fair representation of who I am. Nice. And Hunsford with a $10 super chat. Thank you very much. It says, they must be getting a nice kickback from the liberals to take the fall. The $1 Million Man said, everyone has a price. Maybe they are getting their own chalet. I thought MacDonald already had a chalet.
Cabin.
Right.
And then we have one more from Goko Donnie. If Brock, Cooper, Barrett, Janice, or McCauley ever find themselves in Sudbury, Mr. Prime Rib is on me. Stephanie too.
Very nice.
There you go. Thank you very much to Goko Donnie with a $10 super chat.
The first one shows clearly that Mindone and John Izowski were the ones that selected. The second...
Don't lie to Canadians.
Mindone has completely lied to Canadians.
Did John Osowski lie to Canadians when he appeared at committee?
I can only assume that that's what he did, because this is what Erin O'Gorman's own documentation preparing for OGO says. And even Erin O'Gorman pretended that she didn't know who selected GC Strategies, yet she was briefed on it.
Right.
Specifically, the third component says, please send this and the national security exemption request from Jonathan Moore that Mindone was copied on to Erin O'Gorman's own office. Like, it just doesn't make any sense that
when Erin O'Gorman appeared at committee last week, she was shocked that we were focusing so much attention on her. Did she lie to committee? Did she lie to Canadians that she had no responsibility or no knowledge as to who chose GC Strategies? Yes or no, sir?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, let's be clear here. Erin O'Gorman had zero responsibility as to who chose GC Strategies. Why is that? Because she wasn't there. She was not the president of CBSA. John Osowski was. Now, if you want to talk about the second piece, whether she had knowledge of it, I would be shocked that she did not. You're coming in to an agency that just built ArriveCan. You just receive a complaint from Bottler. You decide, let's do an investigation. You refer it to the RCMP. And everything blows up committee in the fall of the year that you join about how much ArriveCan costs. And you decide, yeah, that's not important to me. I don't need to learn anything about ArriveCan. So this is the thing. Like, you have these different people that they're shady. Like, there's so much shadiness going on in CBSA. And this is scary, folks, because this is the agency that's responsible for protecting our border. And all these people at the top, they're just shady as all can be.
Thank you much, Mr. Brock. Mr. Shawari, go ahead, please, sir.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, gentlemen. Welcome back to our committee. I'm going to pick up where my colleague MP Baines had left. I felt that the answers that we got from both of you gentlemen around commitment to get us some timelines may have left the door open. So I'd like to specifically ask you both to provide to the committee within 1 week, as per our procedures in the past, the timeline that you received the initial statement of fact, the timeline that it was given to your legal, the timeline that our Mr. Brock reached out to you or legals, the scope of the document that was given to Mr. Brock, because we know that the clerk received a document on February 9th, and it was roughly about 10 days after where we were in a position to be able to receive that document. Shortly after shortly after the appearance of the CBSA investigator, and within hours after that testimony, receiving a letter from legal representative that says ignore everything, and please don't communicate any of the content to the public in a public way, which seems today we have completely disregarded all of those. So can you commit, both of you, and I want a yes or no answer, that you will provide all those timelines within 1 week to the committee?
You gotta love the Liberals, eh? They don't care about the actual ArriveCan investigation. They care about the Conservatives got these documents first. That's all they care about. And we want a timeline as to when they got the documents.
Yeah, they don't care about Canadians. They don't care about solving this. They just, oh, those guys got what we wanted, but they got it first. It's not fair.
Yeah.
Like children, like petulant children.
And it's not against parliamentary rules, so...
Yes.
Mr. MacDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Utano? Okay,
Yes.
thank you, sir. Okay, thank you very much for that. Okay, so now let's go back. Both of you have referred to the initial statement of fact as initial statement of falsehood. Without getting to the detail, which I committed in the past, that I will not direct my questioning there. Where you believe the falsehood, around what parameters the falsehood is there?
First of all, I want to say thank you for respecting that privacy. It's meaningful to both of us. It appears to us that somebody basically just went into our emails, and likely somebody who knew us, or consultations occurred, and really just started collecting things and putting things together with a narrative and a storyline that indicate wrongdoing. The entire document is couched with words that would not only make you believe something was wrong, but there's a could have or might have. These are not facts at all. And I just want to remind this committee that when Mr. Lafleur, who is not the lead investigator, but he is the director or executive director of the team, came, he admitted that these were allegations. Even Mrs. O'Gorman said that these were point in time. And so the kind of question is, if this is a point in time document, why did they decide to release it at that time to our bosses and have us suspended with pay? Why would Erin O'Gorman make a phone call to our bosses? That's not a formal thing to do when you're dealing with such a serious subject. How come there's no writing? How come there's no email documentation that shows what she talked about with our bosses?
Fair enough. Thank you. Just wanted to understand, because the follow-up question will get into the detail that I've made a commitment I'm not going to talk about.
And here's the thing, folks. This isn't a case, and I'm sure everybody's picked up on this because you're all really smart people. This isn't a case of where you have two people potentially have committed wrongdoing, and the people above them are saints and are just trying to get to the bottom of this.
Yeah, it sounds like everybody's got their hands dirty.
Yeah. And this is the disturbing thing.
Well, and you see this in cults, actually, where like the people at the top are making the people below them, like they're making their lives miserable, but they're also encouraging them to make the people below them their lives miserable. It's like a really weird chain
like
of abuse.
scheme,
Yeah.
Almost. But because if O'Gorman was correct, or sorry, if MacDonald was correct, and O'Gorman just made a phone call to these people at these agencies, which I believe she admitted to doing, he's actually correct, and that's not.
That's not procedure.
No.
For something that serious, you would expect an email at
Correct.
the very least, if not like formally drafted letter.
Correct. Like, why? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Now, it would have been an email. You would expect that she emailed them this report. So...
Yeah, so it's a little tricky. I know a few of you were getting kind of upset in the chat that we were going in biased. These guys, based on everything we've seen up until this point, their hands are not clean. They're not innocent. It's possible that they've had, some unfair actions taken against them. I think that still remains to be seen. But they're not 100% innocent in any of this.
No, I don't believe that based on everything that I've seen and based on their own testimony, right? Their own testimony. It's been refuted in many cases, and they contradicted their own testimony.
So I don't really feel bad for them if, the result of them participating in this was that they got suspended, and if they feel it's unfair because maybe the people above them were also participating. I don't really feel sorry for them because, if you lie down with dogs, expect to get fleas. And
if the theory is correct, that based on the contracts and the kickback theory that we talked about last week, if that's correct, these are the guys that would have gotten part of it. If it's correct. Because these guys had the relationship with GC Strategies. Why is GC Strategies trying to wine and dine them? So that's just, one thing to take into consideration here. Paradoxy, good to see you with a $20 super chat. Sadly, Canadians are learning more every day that no one is minding the store, not on any front. These bureaucrats are as corrupt as the Liberals, our poor country. Thank you, Cypher and Fox, and thanks all in chat. Yeah, I think that sums it up, Paradoxy. There's not a lot of people in this government that seem to be like on the level. And that's the problem, because it's like, well, like, who can you trust there?
Well, then you do get, like, good, honest people come in. Like, I don't recall her name off the top of my head, but that former CIO.
Catherine Llewellyn.
Yes, thank you. And she took a look at everything that was happening, and she tried to fix that up. She tried for, 2.5 years, was it?
Yeah, and she said, you people are crazy.
And she's like, you know what? My time is best spent elsewhere. And that's what happens when there's, like, systemic corruption or rot like this, is that the good people come in, they try to fix it, they can't, and they leave.
Yeah, they're not allowed to, right? Because if they try fixing everything, then that's going to remove the playground for some of these people that want to play, right? So can't let that happen, can we? Rev says with a $5 super chat, it feels somehow like she chose not to be told for plausible deniability, though that would make her culpable for something that seems worse. Yeah, that's kind of the it's kind of the sense I get from her as well, Rev Sadie's, is that there's certain things that she says, oh, I don't know, I have no idea, but certain things she seems to know, which it doesn't really make a lot of sense. Well, why would you know only pieces of it and not the whole thing? Right? So,
to ensure the integrity of this process. Now, what are your thoughts about the AG report? Because the AG is telling us that there's a lot of document missing, and you specifically told us that as your role as a technical, both of your roles as a technical, you signed a lot of documents, such as the technical spec, and also timesheets and all of that. And the AG seems not being able to find that. And yet, you seem to be in a position to be able to say, this application could have not cost $80,000. It's actually $6.3 million. And I thank you for at least bringing to perspective a number that we could ground ourselves around the development of this application. So with 15 seconds to go, can you explain to me what documents you can or cannot sign and you have and have not signed?
And Mr. Jwari, we've been letting everyone run a bit longer, so I'll allow them a bit of time to answer your question more than
okay, thank you very much, Chair.
Can I just one more point from the previous question, sir? The reason why we think there's a lot of falsehoods and that document is not at all accurate, it has no evidence, but it also doesn't take any context into consideration. There's timelines in there where I wasn't even at work. I was dealing with a personal medical issue for 2 months, but there was inferences made leading to what looks like us in a negative light. I'll just pause that with respect to some points in the PSF.
Thanks. If we could just get to Mr. Jwari's question.
Yeah, so I think on behalf of Mr. Utano and I, we both have a deep respect for the AG, and we don't want to undermine her report. The fact of the matter is we weren't interviewed until after her report was written, and we have absolutely no idea what information was provided to her, what information was deleted so that it couldn't be provided to her. And I won't speak to anything other than the fact that she's always represented herself and her organization professionally. However, It wasn't that hard for us to find information that Mrs. O'Gorman should have had about who picked GC Strategies, and she wasn't provided it. But she was provided with the preliminary statement of facts, which had nothing to do with her audit. So it just goes to my point that there was obviously an attempt by Mrs. O'Gorman to try and slight us.
He just said something very curious there. He said, it's odd that, you know, she was missing all this documentation, but it wasn't hard for us to find it.
Why were they looking?
Well, where were you looking? Because he's saying, oh, well, you know, I kept notes on stuff. Well, what are you talking about? Like, are you talking with CBSA employees to get you stuff? Because you wouldn't have access to it. So where are you looking for this stuff? Like, this is just, he's saying some things that are just, they're off, and it's perking up my spidey senses.
I want to say thank you to Angela Cardoso with a $5 super chat. It says, unfortunately, that's throughout all levels of government. I used to work in the BC provincial government, and it's all the same.
Disappointing.
That's really unfortunate. And also, I just saw in the chat, if anyone can please spare a prayer for Elkie KB's brother-in-law, it would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, gentlemen. Mr. Genwes, please, for 5.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. MacDonald and Mr. Utano, I want to drill down on the mechanics of the internal investigation. I assume you're familiar with Mr. Lafleur's testimony here on February the 5th. He's conducting the internal investigation. He confirmed in his response to my questions that he is not an independent investigator, that he's not able to act independently. He's subject to the internal chain of command at CBSA. I emphasized at the time that I thought this was a deeply flawed process. Determinations of accountability require a proper external investigation in which powerful people, CBSA leadership, and politicians can be held accountable. The RCMP is investigating, but we also need to identify wrongdoing that falls short of criminal behavior. Why do you think the government is pursuing this internal investigation instead of an independent investigation into who is responsible?
Real brief, it's an attempt to scapegoat us and point fingers at us. If the question is around why do we think there's an issue with the internal investigation, I can answer that further, but I want to let maybe Mr. MacDonald answer as well why he thinks.
Well, it's clear that this ArriveCan issue has drawn national attention. It's clear that Bottler themselves have tried to influence the media and are a marketing machine. From the statements that they've made out loud, it's clear that they have also engaged with people that they call leadership, which is obviously a lot higher than Erin O'Gorman. So I think Erin O'Gorman and the CBSA are pretty much holding on to these allegations as hard as they can. And I don't know what the fabric is between those three things, but it sure seems like Min Doan, John Izowski, Erin O'Gorman, nobody else at the CBSA or FAC or PSPC know anything, but these two guys here were the ones that were responsible for doing $60 million worth of work, contracting, and doing it so loosely that nobody can account for anything.
Okay.
Do you think he's talking about Northern Perspective? They're friendly with the media, or however you worded it?
No, he's talking about the Globe and Mail. But guys, you screwed Bottler.
Yeah. What did you expect?
Like they have the receipts. Like it's not like it's he said, she said. They have the receipts.
Yeah, everything's been recorded.
And all Bottler did is bring attention to their issue. And what did that do? It caused people to say, wait a minute, what else is going on with GC Strategies?
Yeah, it caused them to get caught, is what it was.
Yeah.
As it should have.
So they're just so MacDonald is just really, really bitter. And I think he's really, really bitter because he's the one that went out and found them in the first place.
Yeah, because he kind of like invited this whole mess. Like he sought out the people that would eventually take him down. Right?
Like Bottler's business is exposing corruption. Like and misconduct. That's literally what their business is. So it was almost kind of like he brought them in as a Trojan horse to actually sabotage, the relationship that he and GC Strategies have. I'm curious as to why nobody is asking, and maybe it's going to come. Why is nobody asking about the contract fixing? I'm very curious about that. And the good thing is that Cameron MacDonald had said, well, I don't want to impugn the AG's report. Okay, so then you're not saying it's fiction. So he's at least smart enough to know that he can't point to the Auditor General and say she's lying or she's being influenced by someone. So he's smart enough to know that. So in saying that, she says definitively that the contract for ArriveCan was tailor-made for GC Strategies. That only one possible company could actually be given that. So, yeah, man, this is kind of wild. Anyway, Will Kowalchuk with a $5 super chat. Thank you again, Northern Perspective, all in chat. Keep up the good work. Love you. Good night.
Thank you. Good night.
And we also have Revoked with a $5 super chat. So it's not all deleted. It is filed in a hidden drawer under his underwear. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm going with this, Revoked. Is where did you find it that nobody else could?
You think MacDonald's a boxers or a briefs kind of guy?
I think he's a commando kind of guy. And Goko Donnie with a $10 super chat. If anyone from Team Canada likes flying, fishing, and hunting, I got you. From White River to Parry Sound, parent company has the South. There you go.
Very cool.
There is a serious discrepancy in the testimony around the timeline of this investigation that I think is important. Mr. Lafleur said they initiated an investigation in November of 2022. You said that the investigation was initiated into your conduct after your testimony in November of 2023. Did the internal investigation, specifically looking at allegations against you two, begin in November of 2022 or of 2023? And how can you, what evidence can you provide to support your position on that?
The document is protected B, but I believe it's my personal information, so I'll verify that I can share it. But I received a letter saying that the investigation for the Bottler allegations from 2022 was initiated 10 days after I testified here at OGO on November, I believe it was the 17th, 2023. And mine said initiated. Mr. Utano said reinitiated, which just doesn't make any sense to us.
Can I add some more clarification? So I learned this in 2023 November, that something was opened and closed, and I believe Ms. Dutt from Bottler AI confirmed that she got a call from Pierre Lessard, our Chief Security Officer, saying the exact same thing that we told them in 2021 and the exact same thing that PSBC told them in the summer of 2023. This is a matter between you and your business partners, not the Government of Canada, and it appears to be a misunderstanding on how procurement and contracting works in the Government of Canada.
So you have written documentation to confirm that you can share with the committee, I hope, as soon as possible, that the government telling you in November of 2023 that they were either, in one case, initiating or in another case, reopening an investigation. Because if you can supply that to us, that explicitly contradicts the testimony that we received from Mr. Lafleur. Just quickly, because I want to get to another question. But
I can confirm it. If I'm able to provide it, I will. But the document says they are entering the fact-finding stage.
Right.
Which clearly goes.
So if what you said is accurate and if it's supported by the document, it would very clearly contradict the testimony that we heard from the investigator. You referenced the Prime Minister's words and suggested in your opening comments that it wasn't just a matter of other people in CBSA trying to put the whole blame for what happened onto you two, but you referenced the Prime Minister's comments. What do you think is motivating the Prime Minister's words? Why is he invested in the outcome of this investigation?
So I can start. It's a great question, and the answer is we don't know. We've been trying to access information to defend our character and our ability to defend against this, what's happening with this investigation. Our ATIPs have been delayed and blocked. Access to the original allegations have been denied. We keep trying to ask CBSA to clarify, but it's being denied. We don't know, and that's the issue. There's been cover-up and doubling down, if you will, to try and protect and withhold information from us. Information is deleted. We just saw an announcement from the Government of Canada that the internal ATIP machine within CBSA is down for the last 2 weeks. Something is going on, but this is what is concerning to us.
I guess I would just add, I'm not a politician and I don't want to get into politics, but there's a lot of it going on right now. And when we see what's happening with the OAG report, when we see what's happening with this, it just seems like there's been a lack of accountability overall. And so I was kind of shocked when I saw the media reports on the news that the Prime Minister had said what he said, because you can't say that there will be consequences when you're saying that there's an investigation. And in this case, we haven't even been contacted by the RCMP. Like, it just doesn't make any sense to me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Generous. Colleagues, we're going to take a short 3 or 4 minute, 5-minute suspension break for use of the facilities, etc. We'll be back in 5.
I pre-edited this part because I saw that there was a break in it, so there actually isn't going to be a 5-minute break, and we're not going to be dinged on the committee music again. But this is I don't know, the fact that there is literal evidence that ties these guys to GC Strategies, and the fact that there's literal evidence in the Auditor General's report that you would have to think ties these guys to GC Strategies to fix the contract. And now they're saying poor little me. Like, I'm sorry, I don't have any sympathy for them. I don't have any sympathy for Mindone either, who, if he was a straight A guy, he would have come in and just laid it all out. Same with O'Gorman. Like, it's just bizarre how she knows some things and doesn't know others. And then John Osowski. Like, the one thing that I would agree is that John Osowski would have had the signatory power to enter into the contract initially. Like, that's an easy one. And what could he have said? He's like, yeah, I was presented this option, so yeah, I signed it. But it's not my job to vet these vendors. It's my job to enter into the relationship as suggested by my staff. But even he was like, oh, I don't know who picked GC Strat. At least, what is wrong with all of you people? Oh, wait. You're corrupt bureaucrats. So I don't have any sympathy for any of the consequences that are coming to these people. I really, really, really don't. Anyhow, make sure we're not missing anything. Looks like I'm not. So the next super chat goes to Goko Donnie with a $10 super chat. Thank you very much. I have more detailed written history of what I do than any of these people, and I'm just a retard. If an aircraft falls out of the air in my service area, I'm the 3 phone call. Oh, there you go. And Rabu Sadie with a $5 super chat. It's interesting how much stuff seems to not make sense. At this point, entertaining. Yeah. And it's infuriating listening to some of this stuff.
Sousa, please, for 5. Go ahead, sir.
Oh, no. Speaking of infuriating.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and the witnesses. So I got just a preamble here.
This isn't about
and
ArriveCan.
Based upon Mr. Utano and Mr. MacDonald's opening statements, I don't believe anyone's been charged here, and I don't believe there's been anything laid against anyone. So the Prime Minister or any other elected officials are not stating that. What they're stating that is if anyone held accountable, it then should be appropriately dealt with. And I think all of us have recognized that. That's why we're going through this process. And I do appreciate you recognizing, I think it was Mr. Utano, that ArriveCan would have cost more had it not been done another way. But there is...
Jesus, man.
Oh, this guy.
They can't help themselves. They just can't. Oh, my God. I need a shower after this, man. Like,
He's so gross, isn't he?
It's like, oh, you said something positive about ArriveCan. Let me give you a big hug and a kiss for it. Like, come on.
There's value in the intellectual property of the work that has been done, and I think that's also critical to reaffirm. And Mr. MacDonald, I appreciate you also recognizing that you've known Mr. Firth or met him first under Stephen Harper's days in 2010.
Jeez.
Just anything to tie it to anybody who's not a liberal, right?
You're gonna blame Stephen Harper for Christian Firth calling up Cameron MacDonald? Are you serious? Are you serious? You're gonna do that? Like, come on, man.
I mean, he's gonna try, right?
Yeah. Jillybean with a $2 super chat. Hashtag we were all sold out by hashtag above
33rd degree Masons.
above 33rd degree Masons hashtag UN. Got it.
Okie doke.
Thank you very much for that. But holy man.
So now I'm trying to understand the confusion between this preliminary fact, the stage of fact that has come out. It's not the final result. It's just a preliminary indication of what to do as part of the investigation. And as we go through the investigation, there is a next step. The next step, of course, is to provide interviews and to reach out to you and Mr. Utano, and I think you've already responded back to them via your lawyers as to coming forward to having an interview and going forward in this. And can you please confirm that you have actually held back on providing interviews with the investigator?
Maybe I'll start. Sure. So when you say held back, I think what we've done is maybe push back for our rights. We have asked for disclosure. We know that Bottler provided some form of email to Aaron O'Gorman and what they refer to as leadership, as well as requesting a contract for a misconduct report, to which the CBSA received a misconduct report some weeks later. That's what it says. That's what CBSA wrote in the document. So we've asked for that information in order to prepare for our participation, and we will continue to do so. But
yeah,
short of the fact that we received a notification that said that we were, they initiated.
Okay, fair enough. So we have a situation where an investigation is under review. You have concerns about sharing your evidence to ensure that the truth is made and that we get to the bottom of it. And we all agree with that. And I believe the investigation is also looking for that matter. And the RCMP is making their investigations. I don't know to what extent it has happened, because that's part of the integrity of the investigation. And certainly when we're dealing with this now in public, when we have individuals that are having conversations with you on the side, and we're here before this committee, we're prejudicing the possibility of a proper outcome, in my opinion. But notwithstanding, I don't want to discuss the actual details of the preliminary stage of fact, because that's the part that we're trying to protect you as well.
Holy moly, people. Okay, so this is getting all twisted up, like, to the nth degree. Like, I'm processing it so I can try and excuse the pun, decipher it for all of you. So the Liberals are in quite the bind here, because they seem to be trying to go against anything that the Conservatives are doing. They're anti-conservative at this point. So you have MacDonald and Utano, who had a terrible first testimony. Okay, and the Conservatives were really hard on them. The Liberals, were just like, oh well, talk about how great ArriveCan was. That's basically what they did. Now you have some of the Conservatives are being hard on them. Some of the Conservatives are being softer on them. So the Liberals don't know what to make of this. And the Conservatives have been pointing out problems with the independent investigation going on inside of CBSA. And that it's not really going to be independent. And the Liberals are in this twisted up position. Like, they're literally, like, it's like they're becoming political contortionists because they need to scapegoat these guys, but they're also having to be nice to these guys because MacDonald and Utano are speaking very favorably about the ArriveCan app, which is what the Liberals want. So if these guys go down, then that means that the ArriveCan app is a complete shambles, and it's a complete scandal, and they have to admit that. So all of these moves that the Conservatives have actually done have made it very, very difficult for the Liberals to take a straight line of attack here. And it's very twisted. Not twisted as in malicious, but it's very, very complex, the chess moves that are going on. Wow.
We have Mr. Excuses with a $5 super chat. Thank you very much. It says, Liberals are like the Titanic sinking, throwing off anyone in their way to the lifeboats. Yes. Platinum Sniper with a $5 super chat. The Win Finance Minister blaming everything on Harper. Isn't that the truth?
Yeah.
Like, okay, we're in Ontario, and they completely destroyed this province under the Win government.
Yeah, and I love how when they lost party status, Susan's like, I guess I'll go federal now.
No, you know what I loved? When we were going into the election in 2018, I know it's a little off topic, but the Liberals were like, we know we're going to lose this election, but please just vote for us so that we don't lose as bad.
Yeah, that was the provincial
That's what
party
they went
line.
around saying to the media.
Like, it was insane.
Robbie Sadies with a $5 super chat. It said, yeah, going to be held responsible. When, as I recall, he said that the committee is to defend the government. He did say that. I could not believe that he said the quiet part out loud.
Really?
That was nuts.
Right.
Slugbutt231 with a $2 super chat. It says, Sousa, more like Pooza. Nice. We have Georgia with a $5 super chat. It says, ugh, sanctimonious Sousa again. Better grab the Tylenol. Seriously, don't be drinking if you're having Tylenol, though. That's bad. And thank you, Diane Sylvain, with a $20 super chat. It says, I have probably no sympathy for any of these people. I do see, however, a total lack of due process for Cam and Utano. I can see why Brock spoke to Cam and Utano. It's 5D chess. Having said that, should we not all get a backpack? LOL.
You think it's our taxpayer dollars that actually paid for it, so why is it going to the government?
And Mark Raparuza with a $2 super chat asks, what part of Canada are you guys located in? We always say we're in miscellaneous town or mystery city, Ontario. So somewhere in Ontario.
Yeah. Somewhere within 2 hours of the GTA. And Rabu says with a $5 super chat, it's almost unfortunate that fraud and misuse wasn't a capital offense. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we don't have capital punishment anyway, so it doesn't matter.
In that circumstance. So how is it then? And you've mentioned that one of the members of, well, he's not a full-time member of the committee, he's part-time, but he comes in and he's reached out to you. When did that first happen?
Oh my God, guys, you've already asked for this 3 times. 2 of you have asked for documentation. Who cares? That's the answer. Who cares?
When were you first approached by a committee member? Yes, so thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. Mr. Sousa, I think we've answered that, and I think we've committed to providing those timelines. To be completely honest, I don't have the exact dates and timelines in front of me. We did work with our council, and communications did happen through our council.
So did your council, did your council through you, did you give them authorizations to have documents shared with other members of the committee?
We authorized our council to do what is best in the best interest of his clients, and that'd be us.
So
But
were you aware that your counsel was providing information? 'Cause, obviously, you're telling me that neither one of you actually shared information with a member of the committee.
What we have said is that initially there were elements of the report that were shared. And
Who
that's
shared
the
them?
truth.
Who
They
shared them?
Shared through council.
So your counsel, so you did not have a direct conversation with members of the committee?
We have had direct conversations with that member of the committee, but we did not share.
Okay, so you have had,
the
so
elements.
you've been having conversations with a member of this committee. And the investigator then appears before this committee without other members of the committee having information at hand or having seen those documents, and then questioning the issues within that document that we do not want it to
have
make
to wrap
public.
up, Mr. Sousa, with a question.
So to each witness, have you directly or through your legal counsel confirmed you will participate with CBSA's Director General of Security and Professional Standards investigation? Yes or no?
He's not a director general, he's an executive director, and he's not a lead investigator, but we have confirmed in writing with him more than 3 times that we are willing to participate. We're just looking for a fair shot.
And we just want to we want to add to on the record, sir, is that we've asked for disclosure, we've asked for the original allegations, we've asked for our ATIPs to be processed, and we only got a copy of this PSF because of a motion here at OGO. That was not disclosed to us during or before the request to come in for an interview. We've always articulated that we are ready and willing to participate, but let's have a fair and transparent one and have that disclosure as we've requested.
So the answer is they've refused to sit down with the investigator. That's basically what it is. And Bones with a $5 super chat. Need capital punishment for Trudeau after the public gets done with torture tactics.
Come on, guys. You know we don't condone violence. That's not cool.
Yeah. Anyway, let's go.
Thank you, gentlemen. Mrs. Vignola, please.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. Mr. MacDonald, do you know Mr. Killerwhite?
That's the mystery partner,
That's
right?
the first time he's come up.
Yeah, that's the first time anybody said it except for us.
Yeah. Oh, Vignola, are you watching our stuff? Caleb White. Caleb White is one of the 3 original founding partners of GC Strategies. And he left at some point, we don't know when, and mysteriously removed all references to GC Strategies from his work history. The interesting thing is Cameron MacDonald has a very panicked look on his face, but it's probably just the frame that I put there. But Vignola is really impressing me recently with her questions. Like I gotta say, is the Bloc has some very strong MPs. I just wish they were for the Conservatives or anyway, you know what I mean. Daniel with a $2.79 super chat. Give Sousa a lollipop. And Rabu Sadies with a $5 super chat. Did he just almost say that, did you share information with the Conservatives that we don't want shared? No, that's basically exactly what he said. And he was trying to imply, what Sousa, I think, was trying to go after was, it's an issue of privileged information. So, information was shared by the CBSA investigator to MacDonald and Utano, and Lafleur, if you recall, said, "Well, if they have it and they decide to share it, then that's their prerogative." So I think Sousa's trying to say, well, they didn't share it directly with Mr. Brock, so that's a problem. Well, they shared it with Mr. Brock through their counsel. It's the same thing. That's why you have legal counsel to do this stuff. But, Sousa's not a lawyer. He's a banker, so...
I'm not sure if I read this one yet. It's a $2.79 super chat from Daniel. Thank you very much. It says, give Sousa a lollipop.
Yes, I said that, yeah.
Okay, and there's also one from Ravi Sadies. It says, it's almost unfortunate that fraud and misuse of wasn't a capital offense.
Yeah, and I said that before.
Yeah. Okay, perfect.
There you go, Ravi Sadies. You got twice.
There we are.
I don't think I do. Thank you.
That was anticlimactic.
Do you know Ms. Heather Wallace? No, I don't. I see. Have you felt any pressure on the part of your superiors vis-a-vis GC strategies?
What?
Did you feel any pressure from your supervisors to choose GC strategies? Pressure? No, no pressure. I sent out an option for Deloitte, and Mr. Utano and his team created an option for GC strategies, and both options were sent to Ming Don, and Mr. Don told me the decision that we were going with GC strategies, and after that decision was made, the onus was then on us to deliver the goods. So there was no pressure per se on the part of Ming Don to select GC strategies. Ming Don and I don't agree as to what actually transpired in the discussions with Deloitte. The fact of the matter is that he said that they were in the penalty box, but it wasn't a discussion under duress, or there was no pressure at the time. Thank you. Who proposed one plan? That's a good question. Kerry Belanger and Carol Sabourin. Kelly Belanger was the Director General for Project Management, and it was our responsibility to provide cloud services and such tools. But one plan had discussions with Mr. Firth and other consultants working on that file. The scope, I'm sorry I'm mangling the French a bit, but question.
Ms. Vignola, but we will
Merci.
get back to you. Mr. Bachrach, please.
Mr. MacDonald, do you acknowledge that the emails you presented to the committee on November 7th were the property of CBSA?
Oh, I'm glad he's going back to this. Good for you, Bachrach. Good for you, man. Good for Craig Robertson with a $5 super chat. Was Sousa trying to imply that it would be improper for these two to talk to an MP on the committee? Yes, without other committee members present. That's what he was trying to imply.
I'm pretty sure on committee you can contact anybody you want on committee.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Like most
you
people
can.
probably contact the chair because that's probably their initial point of contact, but I don't think there's any rules saying that you can't reach out to one of the MPs or all of them.
Yeah, so.
I haven't been shown anything that says that.
Were those emails that were exchanged during your employment at CBSA using
When everybody
your
else exchanged emails in their testimony, were those emails the property of the CBSA as well? When Mr. Doan testified...
Wow. You snippy little... Wow.
Tell us how you really feel, Cypher.
This is a so this is Cameron MacDonald's defense mechanism, everybody. Wow. I'm just stunned. I'm stunned that he actually can't control himself here. It's the property of the government of Canada, you tool. Like oh my goodness. So he's seriously trying to take the avenue. Well, I can take them because all of you are sharing it around. It's part of a committee investigation, and you're the one who provided it. So like, dude, and the answer is no. It wasn't your property. This is going to be quite the exchange.
After I called him a liar and proved it, he came back and said that he had found emails that were deleted, apparently, but he was able to find them.
The question was a fairly straightforward one, Mr. MacDonald.
Sure.
Were those emails that were sent or received using your CBSA email account?
Yes.
Okay. And were those emails, do you acknowledge that those emails, because they were sent as part of your employment with CBSA, were the property of CBSA?
Answer that question, Mr. Chair? May I answer that question? When an ATIP is received, we are to divulge our emails. That then becomes the property of the Government of Canada as a whole, or even the requester. They pay a $5 fee and they get access to all our emails. So at that point, that's a great question, but if an ATIP is processed and emails are released, who owns the emails?
The Government of Canada. That's the answer. Why don't you guys... These guys are just playing stupid now. K. Bradley Mason with a $2 super chat. Thank you very much. And all you guys are right. My glasses are going to be flying across the screen soon. Ravi says with a $5 super chat, I'm 99% sure that no time is it improper to send any communication of any kind to any MP ever. Hell, the government will even pay postage. Yeah.
That's right. You can send letter mail to your MP or any MP at their House of Commons address free of charge.
Yeah.
Well, the question was whether those emails are the property of CBSA, the emails that you brought to committee on November 7th. And, you know, because those emails were part of your employment there, they weren't yours to disclose to the committee. I guess my next question is, were you surprised then that your security clearance was revoked after that November 7th meeting? And was part of the reason your security clearance was revoked because you were disclosing emails that were the property of CBSA?
Boom. Excellent question, Backrack. Excellent question, because what that implies is you've taken information that belongs to the Government of Canada and you're distributing it without the Government of Canada's consent. And that's all there is to it.
Mr. Chair, may I can answer that. Our emails were released through ATIP requests. And we did not process ATIP requests. We don't have that many. We don't work in the ATIP office. I think what we're saying then is that the ATIP office released documents that were the property of a certain agency?
No, don't be playing dumb, Utano. You guys came to committee in November before you did these ATIP requests. You said you only started the ATIP requests when you found out you were under investigation. Is that not what I heard?
I believe so.
I'm pretty sure that's what we heard. But you brought these emails with you on November 7th. So don't even.
I don't think so. The emails belong to the Government of Canada and Canadians. Hence why we have an ATIP
So the
process.
documents that you brought to the November 7th meeting were all public domain?
Every document that I provided no documents that were protected, and furthermore, let's go back to the investigation, the letter that we received, and the preliminary statement of facts, and none of it suggests that I provided secret information.
I love that he just switches the question to the question that he wants to answer, not the one that was actually asked. Again, this is all defense mechanism, folks, right here. They are squirming.
And thank you, Robert McFallon, with a $5 super chat. It says sandbagging SOBs WTF. Where's the funds?
WTF.
There we go.
To jurisdictions that I shouldn't have. So I appreciate the line of questioning, and I'm happy to answer your questions. I will always tell the truth. But
Okay,
my suspension wasn't due to the fact that I testified at this committee and provided evidence, as is being suggested.
Okay, that is our time, Mr. Backrack. We will go to Mr. Brock and then Mr. Kuzmierczak.
So despite the unsuccessful efforts of my Liberal colleagues today and actually throughout this week to try to spin the narrative that Canadians received really good value for the $60 million wasted on this Arrive scam. We often hear that it saved lives, and there's really no empirical evidence to suggest that one life was actually saved, yet the Liberals continue with this narrative. And I think Canadians would actually prefer the independent voice of the Auditor General on the issue of value and not biased Liberal members. So I'm going to put that phrase to you in her report. The Canadian Border Services Agency's disregard for policies, controls, and transparency in the contracting process restricted opportunities for competition, and undermined value for money. Emphasis, value for money. So the focus that I have for the amount of time I have left is to really drill down on the guess that the Auditor General made with respect to what this fiasco costs Canadians. It's almost $60 million, but that doesn't include the probably millions of dollars that were paid to the federal public service. So can you offer any suggestion as to how many millions of dollars on top of that $60 million was actually paid to the professional federal public service?
So I'll start with that. So with respect to responsibilities on the oversight of what this whole thing costs, that does not fall on the technical delivery teams. So to give you an estimate on what it costs to pay public servants, I don't have that answer, Mr. Rock.
But you can confirm that federal public servants did work over the number of years that the 177 different applications of this Arrive scam was being rolled out. We did have federal public servants working, correct?
That's correct.
We have. Absolutely. Okay.
And not just
there's a cost.
Not just within the agency, the CBSA, but we also have to look at PHAC and the other agencies. And then we're not responsible for providing that whole.
Absolutely. Okay. And we don't know what that number is, but it's going to be more than the $60 million estimate. And we also have evidence from the Auditor General that there were actual millions of dollars paid out to contractors who did zero work on the ArriveCan, but actually unrelated work. Now, do you have evidence for the time that you were at CBSA of entities coming forward, knowing that there was a pot of unlimited resources to take advantage of, seeking millions of dollars or hundreds of thousands of dollars for projects unrelated to ArriveCan? Mr. MacDonald.
I don't have any evidence of wrongdoing, just to be clear. I think what I would say is that there were divisions, federal public servants who wanted to associate with ArriveCan so that they could get the funding that they needed to move their initiatives forward.
How convenient you don't have any evidence of wrongdoing, because that would put you in the crosshairs, because you were the one and Utano that were overseeing this from the beginning. So yeah, that's very interesting. I don't know. I don't know why this is popping into my head, but like, is it possible that Cameron MacDonald is behind the deleting of the emails? I don't know. Maybe I'm reading too far into that.
I suppose it's possible, because what's his job again?
Well, he was Director General of Innovation.
So do you think he would have the technical expertise to do such a thing?
I don't know. But I find it odd that seemingly as soon as he left the agency and went to Public Health Canada, like, if you did do wrongdoing, wouldn't you want to try and hide it when you leave? I don't know. Very strange. It's just very, very strange. And then, he just happens to have these emails. But these emails, it sounds like the Auditor General couldn't get these emails. Like, why does he have them and the Auditor General couldn't get them? This is all very, very, very strange, and how it's coming together. Okay, so super chats. Goko Donnie with a $5 super chat. Music of choice at this point: Entrance of the Gladiators.
Very nice.
I'm interested to see what comes up based on that. Hunsford with a $5 super chat. MacDonald looks like a male tool and is acting as one.
What kind of tool do you guys think he looks like? Socket wrench? Hammer? Square?
A ball peen hammer. Rabu saves with a $2 super chat, except in his underwear drawer. And hi Fuzzy, I heard you.
Oh, you heard our cat, did you? Yeah, she scratches at the door like when we've been in here for a couple hours, and then she wants in and she wants to sit on my lap.
Yeah, thanks,
so you
Coco
might hear her
Daddy.
again.
Thanks, Coco Daddy.
Well, there were a few in commercial. There were a few other in travelers. We had some corollary projects that we had already started, some no-touch mobile, the e-declaration, some of these things that we were trying to work on. And if you could just put it under an ArriveCan tagline, it was easier to achieve the funding and get the budget that you wanted from the finance branch. So oftentimes what people would do is if they had overall agendas, they would associate it with what was going on in the pandemic, and then ArriveCan, they would get the budget for it, and then they would move it closer to it.
Essentially lying to access taxpayer money using the tagline ArriveCan. Is that fair to say?
I have to be honest with you. I wouldn't call it a lie. I would call it perhaps an exaggeration, but they would align what they were hoping to achieve as their target with what was happening as ArriveCan to obtain their outcome. It's a stretch. There's a very big difference between a stretch and a lie, in my opinion. But I never saw anybody nefariously lie so that they could get access to hundreds of thousands of dollars. But let's say they were loosely coupled.
Mr. MacDonald, I believe in black and white. I don't believe in gray. Okay? If people are accessing taxpayer funds that has absolutely nothing to do with the ArriveCan application and development, they are misleading government officials to access taxpayer funds. I call that misleading. I call that an absolute lie. How many millions of dollars can you estimate was actually spent on individuals, organizations that you just described?
I left after the first year. I wouldn't even be able to hazard to guess, but I would say the number would be higher than $1 million if you totaled it from my vantage point.
Okay.
That is
that
your
my
time.
Thank you.
Mr. Kuzmirchuk.
Oh, before we get to Kuzmirchuk, so again, disappointing they're not going after the contract fixing. This is strange.
Yeah, it is strange.
Hopefully Backrack goes after it at some point, because like, hello, that's like one of the main points in the Auditor General's report. Why is nobody asking that question? 420 hitter with a $5 super chat. Did you see the live stream yesterday when Mr. Brock got Mr. Mills to say the PCO knew what was going on, and they answered to Captain Tampon himself, Justin Trudeau? Yes, I did.
I think you saw that one. I don't think I did though.
Yeah, I watched both of them to make sure that I was up to date on what happened. So I watched the one with the Information Commissioner, which wasn't really that informative, and I watched the one with the PSPC. I thought that one was very, very interesting, and you know, the fact that PSPC was in before saying, oh, you know, everything was followed, and now they're just saying, oh, well, you know, we got the recommendation, so we're going to do that moving forward, and we didn't fire anybody because we don't believe in accountability whatsoever. There's a whole, that's the thing, like this, there's so many people that deserve to be fired over this, and would be in a private organization. And Rob Usaides with a $5 super chat. I figured it out. I know what he reminds me of, a mole rat. There you go.
Yes.
I can't say I disagree with that one. So, anyway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the witnesses for your testimony. The challenge for our committee, of course, from the very beginning has been to separate what is fact and what is fiction. My grandma used to say, eat the fish, spit the bones. And so we're trying to separate what are the fish and what are the bones. So I wanted to ask you, our Conservative colleagues continue to repeat that this was an $80,000 app that ballooned to $60 million. Is this true?
No, it's not true. As I've said before, the prototype was about $80,000. To get an app was about $400,000. I really wish Canadians would understand what it costs to actually convert paper into digital in the timelines that we had. And this was included on 2 different mobile platforms, not to mention the changes. We went all the way to making the app mandatory and making it mandatory to submit it before you came into the country, to collecting sensitive information on a protected cloud, to making sure that it was protected in the first place. There's no way that this app would have been done in a weekend, as other people have tried to suggest.
Mr. MacDonald, how much did the app cost, the app itself? The app itself.
I mean,
ballpark figure.
So we've left the agency since then, but ballpark between, I'm going to guess between 12 million to 14 million for the actual app itself.
For the app itself.
Purely
the rest of the cost, is it fair to say, Mr. MacDonald, is it fair to say the rest of the cost above, let's say, the $10 to $12 million was the back-end supports, the data storage, the Service Canada call centers, all the things that make this system run. Is that correct?
Yeah, yes, 100%. And in fact, prior to my prior testimony where I told you that Min put Deloitte in the penalty box, the data office was trying to go with Deloitte, and Min told them the exact same thing. And so half of those costs moved over to our side because it was all kind of oriented around cloud and storage and whatnot. So we bore a lot of those costs. But I mean, to think about the data pipelines, the security, the ability to do the back-end infrastructure, what we had to do at one point was validate that people had actually crossed the border. Because if you submitted through ArriveCan, the data was going to the province was checking on people, but if they never got on the plane, they were wasting their time. So we had to do verification checks to make sure that everybody who said they were coming across actually made it across, and then we would only send that data over.
So let me ask you a question, because you mentioned, Mr. Utano mentioned 12 million, but I heard you say 6 million before. Can you clarify what is the cost of the app itself?
The overall cost of the first year of operation that I was tracking, I left right after that, was $6.3 million. That included security, hosting fees, validation, independent reviews, the build of the app, etc.
Okay, these guys are sitting there trying to say it's reasonable. It's reasonable that the app costs, let's say, $12 million.
Anything over, like, I would guess 500,000 would be ridiculous.
Like, guys, no, sorry. That's not what this costs. And to say, oh, well, you know, nobody who knows. Oh, so you know better than everybody else. You know better than everybody in a private organization. You've never worked in a private organization, bub. And by your own admission, you've only worked in information technology for 3 years. What the hell do you know? There's people that have been working in information technology their entire career, and they're saying you're full of it. And the Liberals are full of it. This app costs far more than it should have.
Well, like, think of all the things you can get for $60 million. You know, and then they're like, oh, this app is totally worth that money.
It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. And to suggest otherwise is just being, blatantly dishonest. They're just trying to say, oh, well, we did a great job. Because here's the other thing. I bet he got, remember, these guys got bonuses. They got bonuses. And he's trying to justify that was justified. Coco Donnie with a $10 super chat. I can make a call right now. Full stop. Pixar Data Farm. What do you need? And it would cost you a coffee for the ask. Costs happen server side. 100%. 100%. Hunsford with a $5 super chat. Stretching things isn't a lie, just like a chalet isn't a cottage, right? Nail on the head. Robbie Saves with a $5 super chat. The government could have built a dedicated data center for the cost posted. Right.
Yeah. Yeah, like $60 million. Like I said,
and hired an army. And hired an army to staff it.
I'm trying to think of off the top of my head any stats that I know things are like $60 million. Okay, do you remember when they said that they needed to fix up the Prime Minister's residence? That was like half the price. It was what, $37 million that they said?
Something like that.
And this app costs more than that.
It's just ridiculous. Diane Sylvain with a $20 super chat. When dealing with organized crime, mafia-like institutions, you always need narcs to get the big fish. Problem with narcs is that they can be double agents. It's not easy dealing with narcs as witnesses, I know. I agree, Diane, and that's what these guys are, I think they're trying to be used for, is to get to the big fish.
Okay. The Conservative, the deputy leader of the Conservatives stood in the House of Commons and said that the ArriveCan did no work and I quote, "Is this true? Is this fish or bones?"
Oh my God!
It's definitely politics. From our vantage point, I think we can show that there were over 40 million transactions done on the app with the web mobile platforms. These were processed, they were passed on to FAC. And I do recall in the early days there were many studies that were done about the speed at which people could transact. Not to mention the fact that I've talked about the cost. I mean, they used to take the piece of paper and put it into a biohazardous bag, ship it in a truck to Ottawa so that people could manually enter it into a spreadsheet. So efficiencies, I think, were there, which was why the direction to proceed with an app and make it mandatory was the decision that was made by the government.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Question for you. This week, did you speak with Mr. Brock this week ahead of your testimony here today?
Who are you asking?
Both.
Okay. Yes, we had a discussion with Mr. Brock.
Mr. MacDonald, can you tell me what you discussed with Mr. Brock this week ahead of your testimony here today?
Mr. Brock wanted to know a little bit about what I provided to the OAG. He wanted to know what my thoughts were. He wanted clarification on the details around the office and who was the CIO. He wanted to confirm his assertion that it was Mindon who was the CIO and John Azowski who was the president at the time. I don't remember what else we talked about.
Did he ever tell you, Mr. MacDonald, did he ever tell you which questions he will be asking you ahead of time?
No, never tell me what questions. He kind of indicated that he wasn't necessarily happy with some of the testimony of other people, and he really wanted to zero in on certain things to get to the bottom of where he didn't understand the connection point. For some of it, I wasn't able to answer it because I wasn't there anyways. So, not that it's difficult for me, but
the answer.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, sorry, we're just past. Ms. Vignola, please go ahead.
Liberals are trying to impeach Mr. Brock on witness tampering. That's what they're trying to do there. Verbal murder with a $2 super chat. As a pro software engineer, this guy knows nothing.
Yeah, he sounds like he knows nothing.
Yeah. Thank you for corroborating my statements earlier. I very do much appreciate it. I do mean that. Mr. Excuses with a $2 super chat. 60 million could have built 8 barns for Trudeau.
It's a lot of barns.
Yeah. 7.5, right? Or 8. Yeah, 7.5. We don't go over budget.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I'll continue with my previous question regarding One Plan. Who created the assignment forms for One Plan, please? The tasks, authorizations. Well, apparently there were meetings between Kelly Belanger's team and her executive director. I don't know if there were any other members of her team present. They discovered the scope of the task authorizations that would need to be performed. And I believe that it was us who signed off on the task authorizations. As part of what was required to be delivered. Mr. Utano and I were not part of those discussions regarding the scope. Question. So you didn't put together the task authorizations. It was GC Strategies that looked after that, and that those task authorizations were part of an existing contract. Can you confirm or deny that?
Je vais essayer de mon mieux pour...
I'll do my best to respond to your question. In my opinion, it was Kelly Belanger's team and her executive director who raised the particular needs. We were the ones who used the contract. It was the third contract of its kind with GC Strategies that was used for that purpose. And if I recall, At the tail end of the discussion, given everything that was happening, we said that it was perhaps an opportunity to use the same thing for the accessibility component. But there was pressure from the Treasury Board Secretariat and the Privy Council office to ensure that the app would be available to Canadians in short order. Thank you. Should we understand that the tens of thousands of pages submitted to the committee were quote-unquote cleaned up, and just like the documentation submitted to the Auditor General in order to protect people and pass the buck onto you? And we know that most of the complaints had to do with PSPC, or rather PHAC, and that there were whistleblowers, or rather the CBSA, that there were whistleblowers who were punished for having called out poor practices. Do you believe that the CBSA, when it comes to their contracting processes and contract management processes, should be placed under administration? Do you believe that the CBSA should in some way be put under administration? I'm sorry, Ms. Vignola. I'll try my best, but unfortunately things were cutting in and out in my earpiece. If I understood your question correctly, you're asking whether the CBSA should have the ability to provide contracts. No, that's not what I was asking. I'm sorry. Things were cutting in and out. Now, question. Evidently...
Well, but you have someone around that.
Well, it's not my fault, I'm afraid, if there was a poor interpretation.
Ms. Vignola, a couple seconds of my time if she wants to finish.
Can we just suspend for a couple seconds? We'll check the interpretation for the gentleman, please.
Miss Vignola wants to throw her glasses across the room.
Well, she's not wearing glasses.
Well, and
headset maybe.
Yeah, if there's a problem with the headset, then change the headset sound, guys. Or you're off to Mendocino Island.
Well, Parliament only approves a certain certain models of headsets that the MPs and or witnesses can use. So.
Well, and they're given to each individual because that's for sanitation reasons. So.
Yeah, and they do checks beforehand to make sure that their connection is secured.
Yeah, so all of a sudden it's not working for Mr. Mr. Firth.
I may as well be Mr.
Yeah.
Firth.
Yeah, it's strange, everybody. It's very strange that all of a sudden, he's having problems when he's getting difficult questions. And she was even saying, so, what? Are you seriously suggesting that the entire government is massaging things to protect people? I guess that's possible. And that they're, trying to punish, two quote-unquote whistleblowers. That's, I think that was kind of like an offhand snide comment there.
Well, I want to know if anybody else was having trouble with the translation or if it was just him.
Well, it doesn't seem like anybody else is having trouble.
Yeah, because Mr. Macaulay has it in his ear.
Yeah, because he has to. Goko Donnie with a $5 super chat. I did have all the letters after my name. I got out for good reasons. This is Exhibit A. I don't blame you, Goko Donnie.
I think that's it.
That was it. Okay. No.
No, stop it.
Don't do that.
YouTube got mad at us last time because of the music that Parliament was playing. We had, I guess, erroneously assumed that because they had, they were broadcasting the music, that it would be safe for us to broadcast on YouTube, and YouTube came back and said, nope.
Yeah, so there we go. Are we back?
Start my question from the beginning to ensure that you've understood correctly, and I will speak very slowly. Should we understand that the tens of thousands of pages submitted to the committee were quote-unquote cleaned up, as well as the documentation submitted to the Auditor General in order to protect individuals and pass the buck off onto you and lay the blame squarely on your heads. I continue. We've understood from the Information Commissioner that most of the complaints had to do with CBSA. Moreover, we know that whistleblowers suffered retribution and retaliation based on the fact that they called out poor practices in the management of passports. All of that tied together, with all of that tied together, do you consider that the CBSA should be put under administration in some way or another?
So,
if you're able to do a brief answer, if
Yeah.
not, I'm sure we'll get back to the next round.
So the fact of the matter is that I couldn't tell you what documents were provided to the OAG or for these investigations, and I won't suggest that they were cleaned up or doctored. I wouldn't know. I was surprised that, the people that they're accusing of doing all of this work, the inventors of ArriveCan, if you will, as we've been kind of tagged through this investigation and everything, weren't even interviewed until the end. And my last comment would just be, I think it's pretty clear that tens of thousands of emails were deleted by Mindone. And if that's the case, then I don't know that the information could be doctored. It just was never provided.
Well, you can't say that the Auditor General's report is wrong if you don't know what she was provided.
Yeah, because she doesn't, she can only create a report based on what was provided.
Yeah, the report is based off of a whole bunch of information that isn't released with the report.
Now, you would hope that she's provided with everything, but just seeing how shady this whole thing is, I don't know if we could be certain.
Yeah, I don't, and that's the problem. But, she can only go on what she's seen, and you would have to expect that the Auditor General, I think we all have come to the conclusion that she's presented herself as very objective.
Incredible.
And credible, which is fine. But you would have to agree that if she didn't have evidence for something, she wouldn't go out and suggest for something. So, for example, it wasn't that she wasn't provided enough documentation that led her to the conclusion that GC Strategies had a rigged contract process and participated in the creation of the RFP requirements. That's not a lack of documentation. That's documentation and evidence led her down to that conclusion. So MacDonald can't have it both ways. He can't say that all of this is wrong, but then also say he doesn't want to impugn the work of the Auditor General, but then also say, well, I don't even know what she was provided in the first place to create the report. So you can't say all that, buddy.
Thank you very much, everyone, for your patience. And sorry about that, Ms. Vignola, with the translation. Mr. Bachrach, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Utano, you indicated in your opening remarks that you were previously employed with the RCMP. I believe I recall hearing that in your remarks. Do you trust the RCMP to complete a full and impartial investigation on this matter?
I do trust the RCMP, yes.
I guess what I'm trying to say is that we've heard repeated assumptions by both of you that there's been no misconduct and no wrongdoing in these matters around the procurement of the ArriveCan app.
Mr. Chair, I do apologize for interrupting Mr. Bachrach, but I can't seem to hear. It's not coming through. Mr. Bachrach, your sound is not coming through.
Okay. We'll suspend for a couple of seconds and we'll check. I'll get the clerk to check with Mr. Bachrach. So we'll just suspend for a couple of seconds. Thanks, Mr. Kusmirchuk.
We've heard these repeated assertions that there's been no misconduct and no wrongdoing in the procurement of the ArriveCan app, and yet we have the RCMP currently conducting an investigation. Are you suggesting that this investigation is unnecessary?
So, great question. Great question, Bachrach. That was really, really well done. Okay, so the reason why it was really well done is because he took the fact that Utano worked at the RCMP and said, you worked at the RCMP, right? Yeah. Okay, so you trust the RCMP. Yes. The RCMP is only going to investigate something if there is enough evidence to warrant an investigation. So if he trusts the RCMP, then he has to trust that they're investigating this because there's cause to investigate in the first place. Great cornering, actually, by Backrack on here. Excellent.
Thank you for the question. So we're not sure if we're even involved in the RCMP investigation. We haven't been contacted by the RCMP in their investigation. What we did assert is that we're concerned with the internal administrative investigation. There is conflicts of interest, there's bias and missing context in all the allegations presented in the PSF. The RCMP did not create the PSF. Moreover, we have evidence of demonstrating that continuity of evidence was not even maintained. You've heard about the accusations around deletion of emails, and now you've heard also about information is being withheld. Never mind, the original allegation is still yet is outstanding despite us asking for disclosure. This has nothing to do with the RCMP. Right. This is all to do with the internal administration that's being led by the CBSA. So yes, I do have severe concerns with the CBSA administrative investigation for those reasons.
You've repeatedly expressed concern about the Auditor General's findings. You've expressed a lack of belief in the preliminary statement of fact from the internal investigation. You have trouble with the Bottler report, and yet the RCMP seems to think that based on what they've been given, there's a basis for an RCMP investigation here. I'm trying to understand, these two perspectives. One is nothing to see here, and the other one is lots to see here, very important, need to get to the bottom of this. How should the public understand that discrepancy?
Good question again. Like, what did you do with the old Mr. Backrack? And not that I want to bring him up or even give him any airtime, but can you guys imagine if Drew Johns was in this position? Anyway, it's always Thursday for Drew Johns. Georgia with a $5 super chat. Thank you so much. Forget Gord Johns. Why do I always say Drew Johns? It's
because we have a Drew Johns in the chat.
I apologize, Drew Johns.
You're way cooler than
Johns.
the NDP guy.
Way
for
cooler.
Sure.
Forget Gord Johns. Backrack is my new favorite NDP MP. Still hope a conservative takes his seat.
Help conservatives take all their seats.
Peter G with a $5 super chat. Looks like the Liberals have an inside IT person messing with the audio.
Jump in. Number one, I just want to clarify.
Answer,
some of these are not easy to answer quickly, sir. We're not questioning the AG's findings. We're questioning the inputs. If the AG wasn't given the proper inputs, then she wouldn't be able to have the proper outputs. And I think everybody understands that. But we're not questioning her or her office at all. And I want to be very clear about that. If the RCMP has something to investigate, both Mr. Utano and I feel they should be free to conduct their investigation. What we feel very strongly about is that the CBSA is trying to cover something up. They've doubled down, and they've created this false preliminary statement of falsehood just to basically destroy our credibility. They shared it with our employers when it clearly wasn't ready. There's clearly facts within it that are just so false and incorrect. It's unbelievable, and that's what we have a problem with. That's why we went to the courts, Mr. Backrack. Just to be clear, we're not asking for the investigation to go away. We're asking for an independent investigation because we don't believe the CBSA is capable of doing one. Thank you.
Thanks very much. We have Mr. Barrett and then Ms. Atwin. Go ahead, Mr. Barrett.
In response to a previous question, you said the app cost $6.3 million. Was that at the conclusion of your time at CBSA, or are you saying that that's the cost of the app?
Thank you for the question. That wasn't the answer I was trying to give for the cost of the app. The $6.3 million was the aggregate cost that I was tracking over the first year, which is what the OAG put in her report.
Increased by tenfold in the following year.
It increased
to $54 million and then to at least $60 million by the Auditor General's accounting.
I think from the Auditor General's accounting, from what I recall, and I'm using rough numbers, was it went from 6.3 to 25 to 25. And I say that, and I know that doesn't add up to 60, but it adds up to pretty close. So whether it was 27 or 28, right. But yeah.
So the app cost $60 million.
I would say the program of ArriveCan.
The question is, sir, do you disagree with the Auditor General's findings that ArriveCan cost $60 million? Do you agree, yes or no?
I agree that the costs that she tracked were
$60 million.
$60 million, yes.
Do you think taxpayers got good value for money with this app? It's a pretty straightforward question.
I think that what we were looking at when we were building it while I was there was how we could keep
Oh my God, yeah. See, he knows the problem and saying yes. So he's trying to dance around this as much as he possibly can. Anyway, Ravi Sadie's with a $5 super chat. Thank you so much. Somehow, all I keep thinking of is Leslie Nielsen in front of the fireworks factory saying, "Nothing to see here." And for those of you too young to know who Leslie Nielsen is, you're missing out on a good comedian.
Courts having people move through, how we could get provinces and territories.
Do you think it's good value for money for the 10,000 people who were at least 10,000 who are wrongly quarantined for 14 days, placed under house arrest under threat of jail? Do you think that they think it's good value for money?
Quarantine didn't even exist when I left, and I guess I would say that through that question, you can see the complexity of what got created in in the decisions that were made by FAC and CBSA and others.
A very expensive product that failed Canadians in a terrible, terrible way. In your opening statement, you said you believed that people were being extorted for government contracts. Who? Just the name, please. Who is being extorted?
Go ahead.
I can answer that. What we said, and it's not what we said, it's what CBSA said, that the services for sharing the misconduct report was in exchange for contract services. And for participating in the interview...
Looking for the name, sir.
Ratika Dutt and Amir Morajev are the owners of Bottler. They are the ones who put in the allegations initially. They sent them to Aaron O'Gorman and leadership.
Okay.
And then they asked for a contract to be able to give the misconduct report and another contract
what tech
to
would
participate.
GC Strategies have been able to showcase in the bake-off that you mentioned?
Thank you for the question. I wasn't there and I'm not 100% certain, but I believe there was a company in Ottawa that they partnered with that was huge into data and analytics and had done some work at Transport Canada. And so there were two companies, and I think they showcased what they were capable of doing and what they had done before.
Raise red flags that you have a company there showing off another company. So if GC Strategies was making 30% on $20 million, which, as I pointed out yesterday, with some quick math, is enough to hire 10 full-time public servants for 25 years, that $20 million contract. So GC Strategies making 30% on a $20 million contract to make introductions. The introduction was made. These guys are using Google searches. Did no one see that using a company, a middleman that's cutting 30% off this, did no one see that was insane?
Good job, Barrett. Good job. They're still missing. They're still missing this piece of fixing the contract, but at least Barrett is kind of getting into these guys, and I find it ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous, that MacDonald and Utano are trying to suggest that Bottler was trying to extort for a contract. What is that? How does that even? Do they know what extortion means?
Something I don't like, therefore it's extortion is probably it.
Are they trying to say that Bottler was saying, if you don't give us a contract, we're going to give you a misconduct report? Is that really what they're trying to suggest? Because that would be the process of the extortion.
Yeah, it sounds like that's what they're trying to suggest, but that's incorrect.
Or, yeah, it's so bizarre.
Maybe I can opine in here. So with respect to skill sets and the costs, we are the public service and servants are not Lego pieces or interchangeably used in the same way. For example, we did reach out to CDS, which is the Canadian Digital Services, looking to leverage a program where we would bring in expertise. The annual cost would have been $400,000 per person, plus the EBPs, the employee benefits. The skill sets are not interchangeable or...
Who has deleted records related to ArriveCan?
So the reports that we've seen in the media have pointed to...
Do you know of anyone? Can you assert? And if you can assert that anyone has deleted records, I just need the name.
Yeah.
I'm very short on time. Just a name.
Mindone has deleted emails, and we did not have our accounts locked down until after we testified, and we are very concerned that our emails have been deleted because they won't give us records of who's accessed our emails.
So would you say this is a cover-up?
I believe there's the potential for it, and all we've been trying to do is seek justice and fairness and
why
transparency.
do you think that there's a cover-up?
Yeah, you can't just make claims like that without explaining a little bit.
How does he know Mindone deleted emails? Mindone left after he left. How do you know that, sir? That would be a question for me. How do you know? Tell me. I really want to know. But yeah, let's go with Barrett's line of questioning after we get to Kyle Stokes' $10 super chat. Thank you so much. This is what I was talking about the other night. SNC gets federal infrastructure contracts for engineering, which is subcontracted to another company. With their cut, drilling is left with pennies. Yeah, 100%. That's exactly what was going on with GC Strategies here. And they didn't even bother answering the question because they don't want to answer that question, right? Ravi says with a $2 super chat, let me Google that for you. Yeah, exactly.
It's a great question, and we want to know as well. And we've been asking for information and disclosure.
If we have the time, I told you guys about Mindone threatening me, and nobody did anything. Kelly Belanger was nowhere to be found in the OAG, keeps on saying that there was a lack of project management. Her husband was convicted of sexually assaulting young girls, got convicted and went...
What?
What is he on about? Is it, okay, I saw somebody in the chat say this is where it starts to go off the rails. This must be it.
Okay, so again, this is another tactic. You try to completely, again, you retreat into absurdity to distract from the main argument. Like, this has literally nothing to do with this. Literally nothing to do with this. And if he's already been convicted, then it's public record. What the hell are you on about? Holy moly. Holy moly.
Went to jail, and she wasn't around. I had been asked, and Mr. Utano had been asked to help her out while she was gone for family problems. Erin O'Gorman didn't do anything when she found out that I was threatened. Mr. Doan had threatened somebody else and been docked pay, so she knew there was a pattern of this behavior. Like, when we talk about why there would be a reason or a separation, I never had any problems when I was at the CBSA. I got asked to go to Health Canada because of my record at the CBSA and my record previous to it. So I don't know. Neither does Mr. Utano, who had a spotless record. We're just trying to get the right information. We're trying to have transparency. And now, after everything that's happened, we want independence from what the CBSA has done.
Because you don't trust the Trudeau government to review their own scandal.
That is our time, gentlemen. Thanks very much. Ms. Atwin, please go ahead.
Okay. So I was okay with Barrett's line of questioning up until the last one. I don't like that they are trying to play politics in here.
Well, I mean...
While we're trying to get to the truth.
It's a political committee, though.
Yeah, but still.
I get your point, but I guess I'm not surprised. Do I like it? No, but I'm not surprised.
Yeah. Stick to the facts, Mr. Barrett. Because there's been enough distractions with this committee in trying to get to the truth. Because that's what we want. Canadians just want the truth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And just right off the top, for Mr. Utano and Mr. MacDonald, are you able to table the communications between you and your lawyers and CBSA regarding the claim you made, the claim that you would meet with investigators?
So not barring any disruption with respect to solicitor privilege, we can take that back and take a look at it for sure.
Okay. And I've got an article here. It's from the Globe and Mail. Our media friends have been following this very closely. And so this is from an October 4th article entitled RCMP Probes Alleged Misconduct in Outsourced CBSA Contract. And this is a quote from it. Those recorded conversations show Mr. MacDonald directed Bottler in February 2020 to please work with Christian and let Christian work his magic. The conversations also reveal that Mr. Firth described Mr. MacDonald in November 2019 as a friend and said, I've been with him his whole career in the government. Mr. Firth referred to various senior public servants as friends. Mr. Firth also urged the two Bottler entrepreneurs to single out Mr. MacDonald for praise when meeting with other senior government officials. So Mr. MacDonald, do you have a response to that? How did you feel reading that in the media, and how would you characterize that as truthful?
I would characterize it not as truthful at all, and cherry-picked information from Bottler, who was apparently recording everything that everybody does and then decides to put in misconduct reports 2 years after their failed business dealings. Number one, I don't think the member was here when I first testified, but I did explain, and I went through a whole critical path of timelines. I hold up a big piece of paper, and I explained that when Bottler says that I tried to pressure them, there was no chance that that could be the case because, number one, I wasn't the client. Number two, the decision to go ahead with Bottler didn't happen for almost another year after that. Number two, in terms of Mr. Firth knowing me my entire career, it's false. He clarified that he knew me his entire career, and I've already explained the timelines and dates of when I knew Mr. Firth, and we didn't have a close personal relationship whatsoever. I've met him 3 times out of an office, and half of that was during a pandemic when you couldn't go into an office in the first place. In terms of singling me out, because I'm trying to answer your question very, very directly, I don't know why Mr. Firth would do that. I didn't ask him to do that, certainly. I wasn't part of that conversation. I wasn't videotaped or recorded or whatever that is that Bottler does as part of that. And I won't speculate, but I never asked Mr. Firth to do anything. And, it's unfortunate, and I didn't like it at all. And I think the reporter's aware that I didn't appreciate the report. But it happened, and I'm dealing with it as best as I can. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And the reason I started with that was because that's really what's initiated so much of these past few months in our committee testimony and hearings. And so, was there misconduct in the procurement process, as far as you know, under you at CBSA during the time for the ArriveCan development?
Thank you very much. If we start with the Bottler allegations, I believe PSPC has reviewed this. I believe they did a legal assessment, and they told Bottler that this was a private sector matter. And I believe CBSA, through Bottler's own testimony, told Bottler the same thing. So I hope that clears that up. With respect to the Auditor General and the Procurement Ombudsman report, with respect to my time and tenure at the CBSA, I don't think I was named as having done anything wrong. And I don't think any public servants from the Procurement Ombudsman were named as doing anything wrong. So I don't know of any wrongdoing. I certainly did not witness any, and I wouldn't have stood for it if I had have seen it. But frankly, maybe I'll pass it to Mr. Utano for the other 2 years that ArriveCan was there. But from what I understand and the reviews that were done, there were some questions between Contract 1 and Contract 2. I've clearly stated we were responsible for Contract 1.
Okay. Wow. He's just
going on and on.
Gone on and on and on and on and on and on. All right. Yeah, the Auditor General didn't name anybody in the report, but for like, I love it. He says, well, no one was named to do any wrongdoing. Yeah, nobody was specifically named. What she did say is that GC Strategies worked with CBSA to tailor the RFP so that only GC Strategies could win the bid. And are you really going to tell me that that's not wrongdoing? Just saying. And in the interest of time, I think I'm probably going to skip the rest of the Liberal questioning unless anybody is going to have insider information that I should continue with the Liberal questioning. But,
yeah, if you guys can quickly let us know if we can safely skip this without really any effect.
Because this is a very long committee meeting.
Yeah,
so
we're trying to chop it down as much as we can. Skip the.
Now you can.
Okay, before we go back to it, we're going to read a super chat from Gokudani. It says, $2 super chat, breaks open a new 2-4. Oh boy, I think it's going to get good. I guess we're going to see.
It's already been pretty good.
Yeah,
so.
it's already been really interesting.
But we're down to our final 2 rounds, so I have to keep everyone in order to be done on time to their exact time. So if you could be aware of that, please. Mr. Garnett, of course, is saying after him, but no. Just be cognizant of your time, please, because we need to stick to it. Mr. Generous, go ahead, please.
We've had multiple witnesses reluctant to appear, citing health issues. This is a serious and repeat problem for us as we try to get to the bottom of this scandal. Mr. MacDonald, you referenced in passing someone having a fake heart attack, which is quite a serious allegation. I wonder if you'd be willing to flesh that out a little bit. Who did this, when, and for what purpose?
Well, the reason why I say that is after Mindone threatened.
Here's the thing. This guy is so inflammatory, and he doesn't even realize it. And he's trying to say that he's a shrinking violet, that my boss threatened me. And Mindone, like, he's like a very meek individual.
Yeah, I don't buy it.
Like, this guy is throwing out accusations left, right, and center, and he's very flippant. I'm sorry, you would be a terrible employee to work for me. Just the way you operate. Like, the attitude is terrible.
He's sleazy, too.
So, like, just the body language, I don't like it.
No.
I reported his threat to my supervisor, who called over to Ted Gallivan and talked to the executive vice president at the CBSA. I don't know what their discussion entailed. I only know that the feedback that I heard was that it seemed likely, because of behaviors of Mindone, that Mindone would be going on sick leave. Within a week and a half, this is prior to OGO happening, Mr. Doan went on sick leave. And I got a text message from Kelly Belanger saying, Min is in the hospital having his heart checked. He really wanted me to say thank you for the message that you sent, the one that got me in so much trouble with the reporter because I had sent him notes on what he should say at OGO. Then miraculously, he comes back to work, moves over to Treasury Board, and gets promoted to the Chief Technology Officer. That certainly couldn't be less of a stressful job than he was in before if he had heart problems. And then we have OGO coming up again, and I'm under the understanding that Mr. Doan again is now on medical leave and can't participate. So I can tell you that I'm not going to disclose my medical issues, but I got a doctor's note for 7 months from my family doctor who's known me since I was 8 months old. And I'm still coming here because it's a matter of integrity and it's a matter of importance for me and my children, my wife, and my family to know that I'll stick up for myself and that I'll tell the truth.
Thank you. We'll persist in challenging all aspects of your testimony, but we do appreciate that you are here when others have not chosen to.
Yeah, and that's a far cry from a fake heart attack. Just saying. Like, going in to get your heart checked in the hospital is not the same as having a fake heart attack. Like, holy crap, guy.
Well, like, you could be having heart palpitations or something like that and then need to go for diagnostic testing. That's not necessarily a fake heart attack.
Yeah, like...
actually, there was a time that happened to you where your heart was kind of acting funny and you had to go for some testing and everything was fine, but... Like, it happens, right?
Peter G with a $2 super chat. The golden shovel goes to MacDonald. Keep digging.
To come, and we've had to go to quite lengths to get them to come. You allege that Bottler received a contract in exchange for making certain allegations. Is that correct? Is that what?
Yep, go ahead.
So just for clarity, we didn't say that. CBSA said that.
Okay. You've talked in the context of this situation about Ms. O'Gorman, Mr. Osowski, Mr. Doan, but you've also referenced leadership in a somewhat sort of oblique way. Is the implication that there were higher ups involved in these conversations with Bottler, people at the political level, people at PCO? Is it beyond those three people?
Yeah, well, I mean, our life has been pretty much turned upside down, and we've been trying to figure things out. There's not a lot of people that are giving us information, but through our discovery, we can tell you that Bottler was very close with Minister Miller. They even knew his chief of staff by name and waved to her in an interview. We know that they sat at the top of Justice Canada, and they were given a seat at the table with the top of Justice Canada. We know that Amir Morajev was in videos with Justin Trudeau, and we know that he was part of speaking engagement on AI that Justin Trudeau was kind of the guest speaker of. So I don't know, from my vantage point, I don't know who my MP's chief of staff is by name, but yeah, when they say leadership, it either means the clerk of the Privy Council or politicians, in my view.
Wow.
Okay, I saw that video that he was talking about today. So there's like Justin Trudeau in one area, like I don't even know where he was, his office, I forget. But he's doing this intro for this video. And then they go to a bunch of different entrepreneurs who are talking about their small businesses that have to do with tech and AI. It's not like they were probably even in the same city or even in the same province. And this guy's trying to make it sound like they were in a video together, which they very obviously were not.
And as for, they're at the top of the justice, like, hello, they had a contract with the Justice Department, with the Ministry of Justice. Why wouldn't, like, they have a relationship there? And here's the thing, MacDonald. You're trying to say, well, they didn't know how the procurement, they're all angry because their business failed because they don't know how government procurement works. Well, they thought they knew, MacDonald. They thought they knew because when they actually did business with the Ministry of Justice, they went through the procurement process. And guess what? They didn't need GC frickin' strategies to actually subcontract them out. They worked directly with people inside of the government, which is what should have happened. And you're sitting there shooting your mouth off that, oh, poor me. And you're just throwing out like suppositions and lies and distractions. What are you trying to say? Bottler is like, family friends of Justin Trudeau now?
Well, I'm sorry. I'm just working on getting the link to this, I don't know what you want to call it, advertisement even, because it's so ridiculous. It's not like they were in the video together.
It is absolutely asinine what is coming out of this guy's mouth. Okay, I get it, everybody. I get it. I understand why you're so concerned about the safety of my glasses. Craig Robertson with a $2 super chat. The tool that Cameron MacDonald resembles to me is that of a bellend. Thank you for that. Hunsfer with a $5 super chat. Finished work early. Time for the foggy drive home. As always, thank you for everything you do. No problem. Ravi Says with a $100 super chat. Holy moly. Thank you
very
so much. Your integrity, my butt. Having seen this, I would fire him too. Having said that, who knows how well he interviews? This whole fiasco may have blacklisted him from any kind of professional career ever again. Bet he runs for MP in a Liberal riding, right?
Oh my goodness. Could you imagine?
Well, that's the thing. If you've had your security clearance stripped and everybody knows about ArriveCan, you're not getting a job anywhere else.
Yeah, but I mean, Gilbeau, who was literally a criminal, was able to become not only an MP but a minister. So
but what? This is a little different.
I don't know. I mean, the Liberals seem like they'll just hire anyone.
So anyway, this is asinine what is flying out of this guy's mouth.
Can I add one more thing, sir? Please. I just also want to highlight that through an ATIP, we found an email directly from Ratika Dutt to the President Osowski in March of
March 8th, after we started the
2020.
feasibility study.
Unbeknownst to us, there was some other dealings going on in partnering with some other project. We don't have the details. Mr. MacDonald or myself were unaware of this, but through ATIPS, we discovered that there was direct conversations right to the top and working on other initiatives.
Right to the top being...
I can confirm.
It basically says that the Minister of Justice had already approved a scope for work that had nothing to do with the feasibility study. So
that's the other project, you idiots. Oh my God. What? These guys are trying to impugn Bottler by talking about a project that they'd already been working on. Yes, it was separate. It was with the Ministry of Justice that they didn't have to go through GC frickin' Strategies for.
Well, and they're trying to confuse everybody listening by conflating these things.
Yeah. And they're saying, oh, well, there's an email up to John Osowski that we got through NAPE, but we have no idea what it is. This is sketchy crap, man. This really, really is. Like, if you're there to talk about the truth, you're there to talk about the truth. Now what they're trying to do is they're trying to throw stones at the people that actually called out this problem in the first place. And they are so mad that the gravy train stopped.
Oh, for sure.
And I just note, of course, we heard recently that if the information commissioner has concerns about information not being provided in a criminal way, she refers that to the attorney general, who is the same person, the justice minister, who apparently has these relationships. Are you concerned regarding the prime minister that we have an internal investigation subject to the existing chain of command, that the prime minister sits effectively at the top of that chain of command? Are you concerned about the risk of political involvement?
Yes or no question, gentlemen. We're out of time.
I'd rather not weigh into that. That's way too political for anything that I'm involved with. I'm concerned that we're not getting a fair fight and that information is being withheld that would allow us to defend ourselves from these egregious allegations.
He is avoiding answering that question because he's worried about any support that may remain for him inside of the government. Because if he says yes, then that means he's against the Liberals.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. Generous. Mr. Baines, please go ahead, sir.
No. Stand by. Skipping.
Donc, merci. Thank you for putting in your earpieces. So I'll ask my earlier question, which remained unanswered. The CBSA, should it be put under trusteeship or administration, i.e. under some kind of supervision, in order to tidy up their house and address what isn't currently working?
C'est une très bonne question.
It was a good question. I have some ideas, but I don't think I'm the person who's best placed to say yes, yay or nay to your question. Evidently, there are serious issues at play that need to be addressed. And as I said, they're very serious issues. Now, despite the President's testimony and that of other officials from the CBSA, with my perspective, I can't see or understand the targets or the steps that they are actually taking with a view to addressing these issues. So it's not up to me to say yeah or nay to your question. I think it's a good question. And I think that it would behoove you to ask that specific question of someone who has more experience in the field than I do.
Si je comprends.
If I've understood correctly, everything that started this whole issue about Butler AI, the pilot that wasn't in fact a pilot project. There seems to be some kind of confusion, conflation about the roles of the various stakeholders. Now, I can wrap my head around some things, but I get the sense that it's perhaps your line of defence, and it's a reasonable line of defence, that they're trying to sow doubt vis-a-vis Butler AI's complaint. Is that the case? Is that happening?
Very, very brief answer, gentlemen.
Do you want to go? We doubt with respect to what CBSA told in the terms and conditions that they put on the table to participate in the investigation and share the report. The other thing that's concerning them is that we have been asking for disclosure of these original allegations, and we still have not yet to receive them. There are others that we believe there are others in that letter that we have not yet become aware of.
Thank you very much. I have to move on. Mr. Backrack, please, sir.
Yeah, I don't really know where Vigneault is going with that line of questioning of whether or not to put CBSA under trusteeship. Like that, it almost sounds like she's saying, you know, to have it separated as independent from the government for a period of time in order to have an independent body properly clean it up. But like, I guess I kind of get where she's going, but here's an idea: have an election, and then have the Conservatives clean it up. How about that? Goko Donnie with a $5 super chat. Everyone is allowed a bowl of stupid. Would be nice if they left some for the rest of us. Well played. Well played for that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to return to the somewhat astounding statement that Mr. Dewan had suffered a, quote, fake heart attack. You know, I don't think any of us would want such statements being made about our personal health in such a public forum. I'm just wondering, Mr. MacDonald, do you have any medical expertise that would allow you to make that statement?
Okay. Props to Backrack. He's being very eloquently flippant now with MacDonald. I don't think he appreciated his answers before, and I think he's now given it back to him.
Before committee? Thanks for the question, and perhaps I said something I shouldn't. Although what I do have is a Reddit article from a public servant who was with Mr. Doan.
A Reddit article?
I was just going to say, did he say a Reddit article? Reddit is a freaking cesspool. Like, you could take things off there and be like, oh, yeah, that's, you know, this interesting piece of information that may or may not be true. But you can't take it at face value. Reddit's a joke. It's
like, why don't you just say, oh, I have an article from the National Enquirer. Actually, I would trust the National Enquirer over Reddit.
Yeah, I have an article from this toilet paper roll is
Yeah.
probably more accurate.
I have an article that I wrote. Yeah.
A week before his testimony, where they said he was drunk on his butt and telling jokes and talking about ArriveCan vulnerabilities. So if somebody was that close to a heart attack, I do have a little bit of medical knowledge. I don't think that they should probably be drinking to the point of being drunk on their butt. So I made the statement. If it's disrespectful, I take it back, and I apologize to Mr. Dewan for making it.
I apologize to Mr. Dewan for saying that he'd have fake heart attack, but you know, at the same time, I'm going to cite a Reddit article that said he was drunk on his ass, revealing government secrets about the vulnerabilities of an app that we had developed. But I'm not sorry about that.
Yeah, but the thing is, Reddit's completely anonymous. Anybody can post anything. Like, for those of you that aren't familiar with it, it's just kind of like a message board. And you can go on there completely and honestly and say whatever you want and pretend to be whoever you want. Like, there's no way of verifying it. Even when I go on, like, because I like to browse it for news sources for the channel, because it's one of the few places that hasn't blocked links yet. So you get all the different stories from all the different media outlets. And, like, again, anybody can say anything they want. Anybody can post anything they want. It's good for a few things, but you can't, like, look at a text post that somebody has posted on the message board and take it for face value.
This is just bizarre.
Yeah.
Rabbi Says with a $2 super chat. Thank you so much for that. Never discount their heroic story of Bad Boy.
In full, without
I don't think there's any. I don't think there's any dispute, Mr. Chair, that it was disrespectful. The question was whether it's a fact, and you seem to have taken great umbrage, Mr. MacDonald, at other people making statements that are not factual when they involve you, and yet you've made a statement that I don't believe is supported by fact concerning Mr. Duen. What are we to make of this? Is this appropriate given the context of this fact-finding exercise that we're participating in right now?
Boom. Good question. Put him in his place. You're earning points with me, Mr. Backrack.
Well, frankly, I just apologized and I removed, or I tried to rescind my comment, and I unreservedly apologize for making it. So if I can't do anything more than that. Move forward.
Fair enough. Mr. Chair, do I have a few more seconds here for another question?
Yeah, 30 seconds, sir.
Okay. Going back to the CBSA investigation and your reluctance to participate in it without CBSA disclosing information prior to your participation, do you know if it's CBSA policy to disclose information to interviewees prior to their interview?
Maybe I can answer that. So we have not refused to participate. In fact, it was the absolute reverse. Second, the investigator was aware that we were on medical leave when it was originally asked. Third, what is against policy is not maintaining continuity of evidence and articulating that and sharing that information. Third, I think disclosure is part of fairness and transparency, and that is part of the policy under the Treasury Board Secretariat.
Yeah, that is our time. We're going to Ms. Block and then Mr. Jawari.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I want to circle back to what actually brought us to today's meeting, go back to the fact that the subject of our study is ArriveCan, and notwithstanding your desire or your wish that Canadians would understand the challenges and the great work that was done on ArriveCan, I think what is incredibly egregious to Canadians is the awarding of a contract to a two-person firm working out of their basement who had no IT experience and did no IT work. In fact, both the Auditor General and the Procurement Ombudsman raised serious concerns about this contract to GC Strategies. The Procurement Ombudsman stated that the requirements for that third contract were overly restrictive, such that only GC Strategies could win the contract, and the Auditor General, in fact, revealed that they were at the table when the requirements were being created. Now, I know in your testimony you've said that you're technical authority, not contracting authorities, that what you do is sign for scope. And I need to understand that, because while you have stated, and you stated it on November 7th, that you were never in a position to put contracts in place and make contracting decisions, you did sign off on funding and the scope. And my question to you is, while you didn't have the ability to execute, did you have the ability to influence the scope and the request for proposals, in that you were defining what was needed? And were either of you involved in the discussions for the development of the requirements for this final contract with GC Strategies?
Yeah. So maybe I'll take that one, because Mr. MacDonald was gone by that time. What I can confirm is that I was not involved in the development of that contract or RFP, the request for proposal. I was not involved in the requirements. There's a separate teams of people who are involved in developing that. So I haven't, I'm sorry.
Answered my question. Okay. You were not involved. I have another follow-up question. Where was the CFO in all of this? Again, in your testimony on November 7th, Mr. MacDonald, you stated that the CFO is the contracting authority and are responsible for expediting contracts. So when all of this was taking place, where was the CFO?
Well, I mean, initially the CFO was at the table. What we were not discussing was dollars and cents every meeting, but every week we would be in front of deputies in front of FAC and showing them screens about what was to be delivered. Most VPs were at the table with us. When we needed funding to be able to put something in place, the CFO's organization would be the one to approve it and endorse it. And then it would be the CFO's procurement organization under, at the time it was a place called controllership, who would do the reviews of all of the contracting and see what was going on. So at the EC table, which is the president and the VPs, there are at a minimum quarterly reviews of expenditures and forecasts and everything that's going on. So it'd be more appropriate to ask the CFO and his team, frankly. I mean, he's got a large team that support him, what was going on and where they were. But certainly they were aware that we were putting in place contracts. He was the one that sent the NSC over to PSPC. And certainly as we are expending funds, we continued the financial cycle. I reported when I left, I knew it was $6.3 million because I was tracking all of my expenditures. So those were all going to the CFO's organization to be rolled up in aggregate as part of the agency's overall financial position.
Can I add something to that?
Sure.
I don't want to leave the committee with the sense that there was no discussions or governance. There was. The reason why we were working 12 to 16-hour days was that there was ongoing meetings throughout every day, 3, 4, 5 times a week, usually 3 to 4 times a day. Everything from low-level technical to working with PHAC and their seniors and our seniors. There was so much going on, and it was a busy time. I just want to make it clear, everybody was aware of what was happening. Decisions were being made at the most senior levels, and they were aware of the costing.
And yet the Auditor General found that there was glaring mismanagement, a waste of taxpayers' dollars, and not enough evidence to be able to determine the cost of ArriveCan. Thank you.
So there's all this oversight. There's all of this governance. Even PHAC said that there wasn't governance. There was very little. So everybody's like, why would PHAC, that's Public Health Canada, by the way, why would they openly admit that there was a relaxed governance? Like that does nothing but hurt them. So like, why would they even do that? Oh, they're lying that it was that much of a garbage project. But you guys are saying, oh no, it was great, everything was like, if we accept what these guys say, they did this perfectly. And there's no waste of taxpayer dollars. Everything was followed. All the rules were followed. And it's a witch hunt. Coco Donnie with a $2 super chat. Snack the fuzzy. Have you had too many of those beers of that next case?
No, he's saying to give the cats their food because they're in here harassing us.
Oh, well, there you go. I don't disagree then, Coco Donnie.
Thanks very much, Mr. Jory. Please go ahead, sir.
Nope. Skip.
In her report, the Auditor General states as follows: the CBSA's documentation, financial records, and controls were so poor that they were unable to determine the precise cost of the ArriveCan application. She further stated and opined that in her multiple decades of service to this country, in the role of the AG as well as her audit work, she has never seen such worse record keeping in her life that was attributable to the CBSA. Were the two of you responsible for poor record keeping, yes or no?
We did not have information management responsibilities, especially with respect to project management.
Thank you.
And
Mr. Utano?
No, we were not responsible for
Thank
overall
you.
financial.
We all know Mr. Mindone, the vice president, is alleged to have miraculously have 4 years worth of relevant emails that have disappeared, either by corruption or by intentional deletion. Approximately 4 years worth of emails. There has been some suggestion that represents roughly 1,700 emails. Is that figure accurate, or is it much higher?
The figure would be much higher, would
Thank you.
be in the tens of thousands.
Tens of thousands. Do you believe, sir, that there is an effort by political officials and senior management at CBSA and other departments to destroy incriminatory and problematic documents related to ArriveCan? Yes or no?
I would have no knowledge of anything political, but it would seem to me that based on the state of affairs and observations by the AG, I can only assume that there's no way public servants would behave in such a reckless manner. It's just impossible.
Thank you. Mr. Utano, your views?
I think I just want to point in, there's a concerted effort of holding back information, and that's what's concerning. Whether it's through their ATIPs, through access in the internal investigation, or what we're being alleged to. It's all being held back, and that's what's concerning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm ceding my time to Mr. Genuis.
Wait a minute. Wasn't before MacDonald was saying, oh, Doan's deleting all these emails. He literally said that. So Brock just said, do you believe that someone is intentionally doing this? Well, I don't know. Like, come on. This guy's going back and forth more times than a washing machine. Jordan McKinnon, you guys need Elf. I can't say I disagree with you.
Hey, those are my cats.
That's why I can't disagree with them.
Those are my cats.
You have 3 minutes, Mr. Genuis.
Thank you very much, Chair. I want to thank the witnesses for their testimony. It's very concerning, all the different things that we're hearing, and I'm particularly concerned about the problems with the just all the different allegations as part of this issue, and I think we need to ensure there's a proper and thorough investigation. With that in mind, Chair, I would like to move a motion in relation to a proper investigation. And the motion is as follows: that the committee report to the House it's asked that the Public Sector Integrity Commissioner of Canada investigate all the allegations of wrongdoing related to ArriveCan and report to the House by October 1st, 2024. So Chair, this I think would allow for the important investigation. We need to have independent investigation from the Public Sector Integrity Commissioner of Canada to get to the bottom of some of these allegations. And this would be an investigation by an officer of Parliament that is not at risk of interference, that is not subject to the internal chain of command. So I hope that there would be support of the committee for this very simple proposal to ask the Public Sector Integrity Commissioner of Canada to investigate these allegations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Genuis. I understand the clerk has it, and he's sending it out to everyone right now. So you'll have it. I'll start a speaking list.
Okay, so in case it isn't clear, but I'm pretty sure it is, what they are asking for is an independent body to investigate the allegations that emails were deleted, that documentation's missing, and all of this business. And they want this back by October of this year. That's if the government lasts that long. So this is an interesting play. It's not surprising, because if there is missing emails, sure, they want to know. And if it's found that there was some sort of direction given by public servants to delete these emails, all hell's going to break loose. And you better believe there's going to be an election and all of this stuff. So anyhow, very interesting. Diane Sylvain with a $50 super chat. Thank you so much, Diane. We are watching a soap opera complete with backpacks, small whiskey bottles, eating a few nachos and a few zucchinis, drinking half beers, a fake heart attack, convictions of staff members' husbands, many staff going on medical leave, and a whole lot more this week on The Days of Our Lives. You better believe that, Diane. And following up with a member comment, so what the hell? We will take no lessons. We will take no lessons from the CBSA, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, we certainly will not. And it's 20 to 2, so you'll forgive me if I'm not that if my champagne isn't on point tonight.
Mr. Jory?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. While we are going to receive this motion, at least this is a much shorter motion that we could really keep a focus on. So, am I right to understand that now we are asking a fourth independent group to launch an?
Yes, you are, and stop wasting time. And I'm going to stop wasting time and skip past this.
But we would like a recorded vote on this. But I'd love to hear what other members of the committee feel about the testimony, bringing as a witness.
So I've skipped past all of the discussion on the motion. Hope everyone is okay with that, because I just want to make sure we get back to the testimony.
I think we'd be happy to call her as a witness. We can do both, call the vote, and then we can prioritize. We've got a couple open days coming up, but we certainly invite her. It'd be wonderful to have her in, period, if that's the will of the committee. Perfect. I will take that as I'll find time to invite her. Can we go to a recorded vote? Perfect, sir.
Mr. Jory.
Yes.
Ms. Hutwin.
In favor.
Mr. Baines.
Yes.
Mr. Kowarczyk.
Strongly, yes.
Mr. Sousa. Mr.
I can't hear.
Mr.
Oh,
Sousa.
yes.
Mr. Genius.
Yes.
Ms. Block.
Yes.
Mr. Brock.
Yes.
Madame Vignola.
Oui.
Mr. Backrush.
Yes.
All in favor.
All in favor, so adopted. Thank you, colleagues, very much. Mr. Kuzmierczak, thank you for that suggestion.
They could have just done unanimous consent and moved along, but whatever. Joshua with a $5 super chat. Jenna's motion seems to have the added effect of backing Liberals even more into calling an early election. Yes, I was thinking the exact same thing, Joshua. Very, very astute, because it puts another timeline on them, right? Stacy Northern with a $5 super chat. Someone somewhere has to have these emails, as two or more would have received them. Take the hard drives. Great work, Cypher and Fox. P.S. Love cats.
So do I.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Utano and Mr. MacDonald, thank you for joining us again. We appreciate all your testimony. Colleagues, thank you for everyone's patience and allowing everyone to go over a bit. I think it was very important for a lot of the questions asked that we get proper answers. With that, unless there's anything else, we will adjourn. Thank you, everyone.
Okay. Holy moly, everybody. That was a long one.
It sure was. So we're not going to keep you too much later, because if you're where we are, it's almost 2 a.m. So.
But over 1,500 people stuck with us to the end. Holy moly, everybody. We really, really appreciate it. And, the Canadians that weren't here that you're going to be talking to really, really appreciate it, because you're going to be able to talk to them and talk about what you learn. So this is just, it's the investigation that'll never end, because there's just more and more things. And the problem is you have these people that they have sprinkles of truth within the lies, and that's dangerous. And that's what I'm getting from Cameron MacDonald and Tony Utano. But it's we're just going on what we hear. And, you know, I see the comment, you're both very biased tonight, disappointed. I don't think we're biased at all. We call out lies when we see them. And we call out good points when we see them. There were several points today where I referenced that MacDonald was telling the truth, or he made a good point. So I don't think so. And again, everything that they're saying, we are contrasting to everything they said on the November 7th testimony and everything other witnesses have said and provided documentation for. So if you feel that's biased, that's fine. Everybody has their own opinion. But we're calling it as we see it. So it is what it is. And we stand by what our opinions are, and our goal is to give you guys, you know, our interpretation of what's been going on as we see it. So so we do thank everybody for sticking with us and coming around. We thank everybody for all of the super chats and the memberships. Thank you so much. And we will see you guys in the comments. I'm sure there's going to be some fallout for this, and we'll see what that looks like. So Osiris Gaming member for 3 months, thank you very much for the comment. It did not feel that long. Thank you so much for the commentary. I would have been 100% lost if it were not for you both and the brothers and sisters in chat. Goko Dani with a $2 super chat. Worth it. Cheers. Well, thank you very much for all your super chats tonight, Goko Dani. And I'll tell you, like, I was almost lost in this. It was so twisted up, and all of the random just flippant comments coming from MacDonald. Utano at least kept us cool throughout the whole thing, but it's obvious that, you know, Utano isn't the shrinking violet that he tries to make himself out to be. Like, you saw how he was when he was called out on it by Baccarat, and then he immediately tried to, you know,
like walk it back.
Oh yeah, and shrink all the way down, be like, oh well, you know, you know, so he doesn't really have good control over himself.
Genghis Tron, we're not biased. We just prefer truth over lies. That is right. Thank you.
Yeah. And here's the thing: like, if we see Bottler make a mistake, and they end up lying, we're gonna call that out too. It is what it is. But you know, the difference with Bottler is they have all of their evidence. It's recorded, documented, and you know they're very careful with it. And I think that, again, they just exposed the gravy train, and people are really unhappy with it. Like, why would they not be really unhappy with it if this has been going on for years? So anyway, thank you so much for the nice comments at the end, everybody. Very much appreciate it. And, you know, and even if you disagree with us, I hope you come back again. You know, we don't mind people disagreeing with our opinion, as long as we do it in a respectful way. So those that did, they did it in a very respectful way. So we appreciate that. So thank you very much, everybody. And we have Goko Dani with a $5 super chat. Truth like water will always find its way, regardless of other efforts to stop its flow.
That's a beautiful quote.
Yeah,
that's amazing. That's the truth right there.
So anyway, we won't keep you any longer than this. Take care, everybody. Get some sleep, get to bed. And for those that are driving, keep your eyes on the road, and we'll see you in the comments.
Thanks. Have a good night.